every Thursday. The scene is set in the realm of thoughts where minds are met. They're the thinkers with brains on the brink. Every Thursday they're doing a thing with that dark kitty as the fearless lead. That fought through by her side, they plant the seed with Dorcas guiding through dungeons deep, and Grey Coupe spreads it on steep. Nemo's crush goes like magic in the air. Depressed Hydra's expertise beyond compare. Charles manages the box office with grace, while other guests add to the lively space. In a world of thoughts where minds collide, the thinkers gather their wits as their guide. From deep contemplation to laughter's embrace, every Thursday is their special place.
Welcome to the Spatial Place, everybody.
Welcome.
It's Thursday for you guys. It's Friday for me. But whatever.
Friday.
It's
I wish
guys
it was
Friday for Charles. It's very Friday for us.
Thank
Sunlight.
I don't know, very. When it starts getting bright over here, that's when it's very for me.
Annoyingly Friday.
Well, good evening, other people.
Good evening.
Mhm.
Evening.
Much appreciated.
We have Blobmo today.
Should I change my name? Is that what I should do? Yeah.
I mean, just
see, this is me getting fat on pancakes. All right.
Yeah, I think you really should just be honest with yourself.
It's Friday afternoon. Yeah, Shippy wins. How does Friday go for us, Shippy?
Are those little hands, or is that like
they're little hands?
Flesh?
Oh, they're actually nipples.
I was about to say they're either hands or nipples.
The
and
skin tags. They need to
oh,
be
guys, why did you have to make that? They were hands for me, and now I'm seeing them as nipples.
And you made it weird.
And
you made it weird.
My head canon is that they're hands.
Your dimples are outies.
Okay,
no,
they're hands. That's it. Poorly, zombies incoming. Okay, well, what will our last meal be? Will it be?
I'm gonna throw a tribute out.
Cheese. Oh my! Thank you so much.
Okay, Galenta, would you like to tell us? So, can I show off your picture, please?
For sure. Feel free.
So, Galenta has blessed us with this profile picture today.
Got my glasses.
Bit of a face reveal, if you may.
Yes.
Man.
Never mind the face. The wine glass.
A buddy of mine snagged a picture of the sun catching a wine glass full of cheese balls beautifully outside of a bar whose front door leads into an alleyway.
Well, it's beautiful.
It says so much. Like I was really, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, what are you drinking? Well,
we all wish we were swanky enough to drink cheese balls out of a wine glass.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and the best part about this is that this was the day after I had made BMO gag at the concept of drinking baked beans out of a wine glass.
Yeah.
So I messaged him right away about this.
Who put him in there? Tell us the stories. How did this happen? Did you do this? Who did this?
Obviously, someone as classy as Galente would have to.
The drinking of the baked beans?
No, not the baked beans. The Cheez-Its, the cheese balls.
No. Oh, so funnily enough, the bar that I was at for years running had been the #1 retailer in the United States for cheese balls, like cheese balls, brand cheese balls. And I'm not kidding. #1 retailer in the United States at this tiny little bar, because every nerd that would come in and play pinball and get drunk would be munching on cheese balls the entire time.
More than Planters?
This was the #1 independent retail. These were Planters cheese balls that we were selling as a third party. They were selling as a third party retailer, and they were the #1 in the United States. Yeah, it was kind of silly. And the bartender that's been there since they started got nostalgic on Sunday and just brought in a big jug of cheese balls. And he's like, you know what? Here, I'm going to pour you a little shot glass. And he stopped for a moment. And he's like, wait, you know what? I'm thinking, should I bust out the wine glasses? And I said, fuck yes, Jimmy. Please bust out the wine.
I like your shirt as well.
In a shot glass. Wouldn't that just be like 3 balls? That's not
So
nearly enough.
Clearly, there's more than 3, Gray.
out these large plastic
in a shot glass.
double shot glasses.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
apologies.
But yeah, it was a
Final
fun
question: Did you have to go pinky up when drinking?
time. I
cheese
did go
balls?
pinky up several times by
I
choice.
didn't see
No,
that.
have
It
to.
doesn't look like that in the picture.
No, I wasn't at that point, but I did so many times just for shits and giggles.
But the person, the expression as well of you looking at this person like, you what, mate? Like you're kind of like, what?
I didn't even know I was getting my picture taken.
You what, mate?
No, it's like, shit, what? Come and try and take these from me. Let's go.
That's just my resting face, I guess.
Succulent Chinese dinner.
They're exceptionally small cheese balls, according to Barmy.
It was Kroger brand, so some of them were small, some of them
They
were
are the
normal
low
size.
T brand.
Yeah.
Kroger often wins on Good Mythical Morning. Actually,
Just saying, Kroger is
Ooh,
not
what?
horrible.
Yeah.
It's not horrible.
As far as
but the
name
size
brands
of their
go.
cheese balls is inconsistent.
I
This
even
is
know
very
about
true.
it.
Better than Great Value.
Very much better.
I
than
enjoyed
Great
every
Value.
last one of them.
Kroger guys, watch Good Mythical Morning. Oh my gosh, for that when they test things, Kroger actually wins a lot of the time because Kroger has those. Like I'm an advocate for Kroger, and I've never tasted anything from Kroger.
Good old Fred Meyer.
Oh, this is nice, Dice. Are you
Yes.
really a macho guy if you don't put balls in your mouth once in a while? Exactly. And they've got to
Damn
be cheesy. So they also, I just want to confirm, they were also like fresh. It wasn't like stale.
Oh, I prefer fresh balls in my mouth.
Crunchy. 'Cause, I mean, no, seriously, the fresh ones won't crunch, I suppose. If we're
Yeah, I
talking
was about
about
to
real
say.
balls.
Yeah.
But cheese balls will need to crunch. Yes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They should.
There are
but
different
Sometimes you
types
get
of
towards the bottom of the
crunch.
container.
And then that's where all the grease is. So it's like it's all.
Yeah, I was going to
soft
say the
and
bottom ones are pretty greasy. They're still good, but different.
Someone
I'm
should
gonna bust out-
capitalize on like chopsticks or something to not get that dust all over your fingers.
Feels
I'm
like
gonna
Gray
bust out
does
a
that.
hot take.
Doesn't Gray do it?
Yes. What can I say? I have my chopsticks right next to me in my pen holder, whatever. It's a
Hell
cup
yeah.
that I have pens and a chopstick pair in. But yeah, it's great for snacking purposes. You know, you don't have to get your
That's a lot of
fingers all
control.
weird.
Hmm. Don't know if
Yeah.
I'm
Hot take.
good enough with them.
Puffy Cheetos are better after they've been left open overnight.
Amen.
Stale Puffy Cheetos are better. Just saying.
Otherwise, you get it stuck in your teeth.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
was
think they get stuck in your teeth no matter how fresh or.
I would
You're
agree
using
with
your
Kitty on
tongue
that
to
one.
dig
It
them
does
out,
not
it's
change
awful.
how much they get stuck in your teeth. They're just
they're
objectively
they're
better.
just not good for your teeth, man. That's a problem. You're tasting them hours after that you've
In a highlight
eaten.
instance.
Well, so today, nuts are more minimal than balls.
From penis to vagina.
Yeah.
It's always funny. It doesn't have to. It's like it can match a little bit what we're talking about. It just works.
Listen,
Well,
Well,
I mean, it makes a
it's the
certain amount of
bits.
sense. With nuts, you can have any flavor, but balls, they're generally cheesy. There's not a
Or
lot of
salty.
variety in the flavor.
True. And also, if we're gonna compare fresh Cheeto Puffs to stale Cheeto Puffs, it is like penis to vagina. I do prefer the latter to the former. Just saying.
We have Zach's people here. Hey, Adega.
Oh yeah.
So moaning. Well, yeah. I'm hoping. Look, you can moan for bad reasons. So yeah.
clip that. Someone clip that.
What's Bri if? There's only one female here and she's not even that attractive. Can you all not try to impress her with how normal or tame you are in conversation? Were you all talking about something serious?
What?
Yeah. Like how balls taste in
Wow.
our mouth.
Yeah.
I'll literally
Yeah.
put balls in my mouth on camera.
And
Prefer
excuse
nuts.
me, we're all trying to impress Galente because hello, look at
have
him.
you seen
Wow.
that picture?
Yeah.
I was the one with photo evidence of previous ball and mouthage, if you will.
We don't talk about that.
Mm.
I mean, it's
Well,
right there. I put it on blast.
So today's show is yes, you can see the thumbnail says experts and things, but it's actually that's the secondary topic. The main topic today is a very serious set of affairs. It's a debate, and it seems like I'm surrounded by dissidents. You guys just don't agree with me, but yeah, the debate for today, which is the first half of today's show, is waffles versus pancakes, and I think it's about time we address this on the show. We're going to do it a bit formally, but I first want to ask where it seems like everybody's waffles here. Is anyone going to come up pancake?
No, I'll come up pancake.
Okay.
Oh, so you're gonna waffle on the issue? Okay.
I feel either way. I feel like I could. I like them both, so I feel like I could give a good defensive pancakes.
Okay.
I need one question answered before I can tell you.
Okay.
So, do we qualify crepes as pancakes?
Yes.
Yeah, they're
I do.
skin-like
Question.
pancakes.
I would say no.
They're pancakes you can wear.
Why would you say no?
Crepes are elegant. Pancakes are not. Crepes are much thinner.
Well,
and
I'm just
you
saying.
get many more options. You could get like a chicken type pesto crepe. You can't do that with a pancake.
You can do that with a waffle. You can get chicken and waffles, and sometimes they don't use the actual syrup. Sometimes it's just a hot sauce base. I would say if your video that you shared with the group, which actually puts communion wafers also in the waffle category, if that counts, I'm sorry, crepes count as pancakes, man. That counts as a waffle.
Oh,
I gotta give the skin like pancakes.
And Dorcas, I would also ask if it's a matter of whether or not something is elegant. Would you say that there are elegant and not so elegant versions of waffles?
I think you guys are confused.
I will show you. I will show you an non-elegant waffle.
Part two of my opening statement in favor of waffles is that waffles too are elegant. So if you guys think I'm anti-waffle because I said that a crepe is not a pancake,
no,
I think you misread
not at all.
Okay,
I wasn't trying to insinuate that you're anti-waffle. I'm just trying to establish a baseline of elegance not necessarily being necessary for either category.
Okay.
Right.
Who's saying it's bad faith to not include crepes?
Okay,
and
so
also,
I
Bimo,
think...
you're wrong. Crepes are well past just French.
Who's Risa?
Barely know her. So for the RISA framework is a sort of debate, a thing of questions you can ask yourself for about a debate before you go into it, right? Okay. So I want us to do this before we get into it. See how if we can frame our debate according to this. Is it real? Not just a misunderstanding.
Oh, it's real. Waffles are that much better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, no, like waffles exist, pancakes exist. People that like them, yes. people that people like either or of them. Well, actually, no, they can like both of them. We understand that. So, is this either or thing a problem for us, or is it? Are you still? Are waffles better than pancakes? That's the question?
Yes, is the answer.
Okay, so waffles are better. So it's not that waffles and pancakes are good. It's waffles are better than pancakes, right?
Well, both of those can be true statements, right? You can enjoy both of them, but still have a preference for one over the other.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, you can have the lazy man's waffle, the pancake.
I think if we're adding crepes into the mix, into the mix, I think pancakes are better.
Okay. Is it justified? Is it important? Justified to have this disagreement? Are we justified in having this disagreement? Why?
No.
I have a right to like certain foods over others, or should it be mandated that we no longer eat pancakes?
Are you in the breakfast treat industry?
I'm
Sorry,
big
go for it, Charles.
breakfast, yes.
I think only communists like waffles.
Okay, so
Not only.
hi, Davina. Hi, Sketch. We can differentiate between the two. Okay, so yes, there's two. There is one and the other. That's so we got the is it real? Is it important? Is this real?
Yes, it's real.
I mean, is it important? Sorry,
I find it
real to me, damn it.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're justified to be able to have a preference. Why would you not be able to be justified in having a preference over food?
No, but for us to disagree, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, it's justified for you to disagree in your preference.
Isn't it? Yeah. Is it important for us to? It's justified for us to have this disagreement. It will impact people because it's going to determine what I order for breakfast.
If all of us have to eat the same pancakes or waffles for breakfast in the morning, and we all have to come to a determination, this is justified.
Okay.
It's a shame we're not doing that.
So
I
mean, I've
Charles, you've got waffles at your table right now. You could be having waffles along with
I already finished them. And they're waffles with benefits.
In anticipation?
Oh my gosh. What are
they're
benefits?
stroop waffles. Okay. Is it
not-
specific enough? Okay. So we need it to be specific enough to make progress. So yeah, we're specific enough. We're that is where you see that is where Dorcas's discussion about crepes. Are they permissible? We need to understand. Is that what we're going to do? Are we?
I find them
specific?
I think we need to hammer this out because I'm not on a team yet.
Okay.
I think they are skin like pancakes.
Yeah, I agree with Gray.
I think crepes serve an entirely different purpose than pancakes.
But question, real quick, can they serve the same purpose as pancakes?
What service is different? Is it not breakfasty food that you shove in your face?
I think it's about the food that can be used.
Well, so are eggs, but
a crepe wraps foods within it. A pancake is the food.
Oh no.
No.
Where does baklava sit in here?
And also
baklava
considering
is not, no, that's phyllo dough and honey. That does not count at all. Bimo, no.
And guys,
I would have Swedish pancakes as a child in layers with honey in between them.
Oh,
and they're
so
Swedish
good.
pancakes, which are essentially
well, they also
crepes.
roll them up with castor sugar. They're Swedish pancakes.
Yeah, you can roll them up, but I would have a stack of 5 of them with honey in between, and like that would be a normal breakfast for me.
Okay, so I feel like
the Danish eat pancakes for dinner. The fuck
we have a sub debate here before we even get to the waffle versus. Yeah, a crepe is not a pancake.
If crepes are pancakes, I'm team pancake. I love waffles.
I think
more than regular.
I think not only
pancakes,
would crepes count, but so would the Swedish pancakes, which is like in between a crepe and a pancake.
So,
I think you get both.
Crepes.
If you're gonna fine tooth comb this, then you have to separate Belgian waffles from like the square waffles. Like,
what's the difference between a Belgian waffle?
This is why I think we should just incorporate all of them.
Belgian waffle, like super waffles.
Let's take time for each person to explain this. The difference between them.
Okay, so we've actually landed on a sub debate. Sorry. So the specific enough before we get to the waffles. Sorry, my thumbnail's wrong now. It's moved. It is. I love this. I actually really do. Okay, so a crepe and a pancake, are they the same thing? Is our new debate topic, guys.
So the same thing? No. Are they related? Yes.
Is a fat girl and a skinny girl the same thing?
They're the same type of thing.
Yes, they're the same. They're both humans. Okay, so are you aligned? So are we aligned? What is the objective of our conversation today, ladies and gentlemen?
To crown the king. Oh, that too.
No, really. What are we supposed to do with this? We are trying to figure out. We would like clarity.
Put pancakes in their place.
No, let's. Okay, I actually want to pancakes in their place. Just hold on. I want to
arrogant pancakes.
Can I add another sheet? Oh.
Oh,
I have upgraded.
No, I'm limited.
No, you know what? It's got this.
You have to
this,
go unlimited.
The amount of tiers
too much power charge.
You must go unlimited because once we get to French toast, you're going to need the extra.
No, French toast is excluded from this conversation. That will be a future one. And then, do we include stuffed French toast?
Yeah.
Watch your eyes. It's going to be
bread pudding.
To answer your question, Kitty, at least I think that the objective of the conversation is to figure out which is the better food in general, right?
Okay. Which of these
if
colors?
we were comparing the two, which on the tier list, what's A tier and what's F tier?
Okay.
F is the bottom. Right?
A tier is waffle.
Yes.
Okay, no, hold on. Let's do it here. RISA framework. Okay, for our debate.
I don't know who Risa is, but she's starting to piss me off.
she's actually created by a man. So, okay, so relevant, right? No, not real. Real.
Important.
What should important?
Sexy. Anal.
Specific.
Oh, specific. Anal.
Aligned.
Oh,
okay.
I have it started with an A. I was so.
So real.
Yeah,
real. Real is pancakes or real?
Well, I don't know if I call them that real.
Pancakes exist. Crepes exist. No, we've changed.
Sorry, yeah. I love this. Beautiful.
Chip's got it.
Look, okay, but I'm going to use this to support my argument. A pancake is a pancake, a crepe is a crepe, but a waffle is a waffle, and a Belgian waffle is a waffle. And I'm not over here saying a wafer is a waffle, although I could make that argument.
What is this?
Like it's also
Troop
very
waffle.
easy to say.
This is a waffle with a surprise in the middle.
Waffle.
It's a waffle that strips you without consent.
It's a waffle on its period.
Well, we haven't even tackled the big problem.
The big problem.
Some people think, yeah.
If we're doing it through like categories of naming conventions, right? Like it's very easy to say that a Swedish pancake will fit every definition that you're going to be able to fit for a crepe easily.
I think they're in between. I think it's like it is the next level of evolution in between the two, but it is the missing link. But there's one that we haven't discussed yet. What about like an Asian food, the scallion pancake? It's in the name, but man, it's savory and I don't know.
And it's not very pancake-like. It's much more close to like a crepe. If we're putting it under the same category, it would still definitely be a pancake. Like
I have no problem with scallion pancakes. They are very good.
Like where do latkes sit in here? Because it's the same type of thing with an Asian scallion
potato pancake.
Yeah,
it is still not a waffle,
right?
Certainly, we can't necessarily delineate based off of savory or sweet lines with crepes either.
Yeah,
because
I'm not going to make that
more like
if
you go towards like Slavic crepes, they tend to be made with buttermilk, which is they tend to lend themselves much towards savory ingredients. So like lots of them end up being wrapped around meats or vegetables and potatoes.
Heck yeah. But that almost goes into like the flatbread territory because it's kind of what they're using it for.
But it's literally a crepe. Like if you look at what its consistency is.
This is part of where the debate will have to go. It's like, are we going to eliminate flatbread?
Creamage has made me a great intro video, which I will use later on today. So look out for that.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
I'm upset because I'm yelling. Sorry, Daisy.
She's like, I'm getting out of here. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, she's gone to her towel.
It's like, I can't even eat waffles.
Yeah, Mom doesn't even let me. Okay, so specific. What are we arguing about? Because you guys have gone all over the thing. I thought that our question, look, we did change it. I know our question was between waffles and pancakes. That is, at the moment, we have to put a pin in that, okay? Because we need to ask. The question is so it's like is a hot dog a sandwich? Is a crepe a pancake? Is this? Hey? Can you freeze?
I have a little bit of a caveat. Can you freeze hot dogs?
Can you freeze hot
dogs? I mean, you can.
Technically, you can freeze anything, can't you?
Growing up as a major poor, we pulled them out of the freezer all the time and then microwaved them individually.
Okay.
So it's good preservation.
The way
hot dogs are a cereal. What?
The way hot dogs in Germany, hot dogs are like the bread around a hot dog is like it's
Wrapped.
perfectly round around it.
Oh,
They do that. It might be Germany where they have pancake wrapped around sausage.
yes.
Maybe we can settle this by just looking up the definition of crepe, which
We've
is
all had
a
corn
thin
dogs.
pancake.
A thin. Did it say that? Okay, so no.
Yeah, that's literally definition too.
But there is disagreement. So
I feel like those that disagree with this need to like. So Dorcas, you're specifically the one that takes issue with the categorization. So like,
Apparently,
I'd like to hear from you more on what is your reasoning for why it's not a pancake?
different purpose, different experience, different ratio of ingredients, and more options than the traditional pancake.
Okay.
Crepes are elegant, pancakes less so.
Okay, no, we're gonna have to examine your argument here. But lives in Devonville specifically. Hi, how does the panel feel on waffle iron mac and cheese?
I have not
That
tried
sounds
it.
The best ever.
I would
It's
try it.
amazing. If you ever had like an arancini, it is like that, but so much better. And it is just mac and cheese. It is
Really?
it is great. It adds this crustiness to the outside. It's great. You can waffle anything. A croque monsieur inside a waffle iron is just like so good.
Okay. Wow.
Look,
that
Dorcas
is
here is pretty good.
that's changing me. But okay,
Look, all I'm saying is if you went to an IHOP and said, "Give me a pancake," and they gave you a crepe, you would be upset.
Then
okay, no.
obviously gave you from the special crepe menu, which is going on right now. It's crepe season.
Okay,
Duck season.
so wait. Okay, what is our argument? Are we going? Are we going?
Okay, everyone formulate your arguments against me. You know I'm right.
Well,
so you need all that.
Serrano
you
says-
get.
Oh, don't speak for me, Dorcas.
Serranos has the ultimate question, though. Like, well, I guess it's not his question, but it's built into his comment. I had a McGriddle today. It's also beautiful creation, which only exists because of the Industrial Revolution. True, but what is a McGriddle? It's like a pancake, but it's made in a singular waffle iron. There are no waffle grooves, but it's got the McDonald's logo on there. It's in some sort of press.
That's like saying a double down is bread.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the bun of that sandwich.
I'm trying to wrangle
doubling
you.
down on this.
Oh, hold on. We guys, there's so much we can argue about here, but we need
One
to.
subject at a time.
Just exposes how stupid debates are.
Yes, it is. That's what this whole
We're doing this one
exercise
for
is
fun,
for,
aren't we?
guys.
This is purely just
honestly-
for memes and fun, right?
This is why I refuse
No,
to.
I am serious about this.
Like I'm being genuine too. This is why I'm taking it seriously, but we're having a good time.
Yeah, but
The
you see,
McGriddle. Seriously, waffle or no?
the whole
Not a waffle, no. It's closer to
Oh,
an
but it's
English muffin than a
definitely
waffle,
pressed
but it's a
in some sort of-
bastardization of even that.
But the topping,
I agree.
the topping to a McGriddle is within the casing itself.
Anyway,
it's
back
the
shape is in
back
the-
to crepes and stuff.
Mute us.
But so Serranos is in the McGriddle bun being a waffle category. I kind of think it is. It's pressed in some sort of machine. It gives you that little M on there. I like to think of them as W's, but sure, it's a McDonald's.
this panel should be handled.
What
like
do
the
McDonald's
same.
M's have to do
Poison's
with
the
waffles?
only one
Just
who's alive.
saying.
They win.
I'm just saying it's
That's
grilled in
basically
there.
premature ejection.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Like if you
I
turn the McDonald's M upside down, it's a W for waffle or something. Like
that's how I like to think of them, but that's me. That's a personal thing.
No, it's
I like
W
to think
for
of-
win because Gray
Lose his
wants to
mind over.
win.
What did Sitch lose his mind over?
Who? What? Stitch is
Um,
losing his
I-
mind.
sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't watch Stitch and Adam today.
Sadly, I didn't see it today.
Wick
Yeah, I
Donald.
love Wickdonald's, and you know what can I say? It's a win from Wickdonald's. The waffle bun.
Okay.
It's a great thing. Wickriddles, they're awesome.
I still think we should give our reasoning as individuals instead
Okay,
of talking
okay,
about one
cool.
another.
Okay.
Well,
so
we
you-
got to set up the parameters first. We got way ahead of it.
Okay.
So, is a crepe a pancake? Is the question that
the
we're looking at?
specific question we're asking. What is our objective? Okay, are we aligned in our objective? Do we want to find an answer to this question, or
Our
do we want?
objective.
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
Our objective. Okay, go,
Perfect.
Dorcas.
I thought our objective here was to get Galente to pick a side.
Initially, yes.
We're just here to win whatever Kitty's breakfast is. That's all our purpose is.
Yes.
But she's on Team Pancake, so we've got to sway her from Team Pancake. She doesn't even own a waffle iron.
I have an
It's all for naught.
No, I
I'm
can
here
order
for-
it.
I'm here for the same fun debate that you
Hold
guys
on.
are. I'm just undecided as to which team I'm on.
I've
yet.
got a question.
And we
for
just ended up with the our crepes pancakes questions from that point. We can go back to pancakes and waffles if you want, but
Okay.
are we going to be on crepes or are we
I
going to
do
be
have
on
a-
pancakes and waffles?
important question.
I will concede this argument if it helps
Okay.
move.
What about
to the
Injera?
Actual.
Okay, hold on.
Hold on.
Wait. Yeah.
I have a question. Kitty, do you remember what you had for breakfast? Do you remember what you had for
I've not-
breakfast this morning?
I've not eaten breakfast yet. It's 7:30. So I've had
I feel like
green
this is going to be a question that should be asked very often in this conversation.
Hold on. Yeah. Many times. But no, what I'm going to ask now is we're going to go person by person and see if we can just go democratically and figure out what the answer is going to be. Just
Why not Republican?
and because Dorcas
Hmm.
said he's willing to concede this so that we can proceed.
Is waffle.
Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
He's
Charles,
pancaking.
do you
Yeah.
consider crepes a pancake?
Yes.
Okay. Beamer,
Yes, I do.
Dorcas, we know you don't. Gray?
The most skin-like of pancakes. Yes.
Then my vote doesn't matter, and therefore, if we're going with pancakes or crepes are pancakes, then I am team pancake.
Okay, no, I would like to know what you think though. I need to know your political leanings.
Your
I do
political
think it's great.
leanings.
I mean, so I can be dismissed right out hand. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
No.
just I need to know where you're coming from. I need to know this about you. I need to know which tribe you're in.
So if crepes were not a part of pancakes, I would say that I'm team waffles. However,
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
that crepes are an extremely versatile food that do not get appreciated enough, especially for the variety of crepes that exist. And I think that alone just takes pancakes above waffles, definitely.
But would you yourself think of a crepe as a pancake?
Fuck yeah, I would.
And thus is how subjectivity is valued. You thought your opinion was meaningless because you were outnumbered, but it has some sort of value regardless of how it sways the opinion.
Well,
of-
no. I was
the
saying that
score.
if we were doing it democratically, my vote didn't matter at that point. Given that it was 3-1, it didn't matter which side I voted for. The decision was made democratically that crepes are pancakes.
What's your
Yeah.
electoral
For the purpose of the
college
argument.
count, though?
No, I asked him so that I could do a purity test to know whether he was like me because I think crepes are pancakes as well. Because I'm feeling some kind of way about Dorcas now because he is. So
I think we all are.
yeah, so I just wanted to know which tribe you're in, whether you're with me or not. So even though the vote would have gone in my way and did go in my way, so I was
My
happy.
way.
It went my way because everybody else was agreeing with me except for Dorcas. I needed to know whether you were on my team in any case, so that I could know how to proceed going forward.
Treat
You know what? I might have to be Gandalf from here on out and keep my fucking secrets.
No, you've told us.
I have this one. I have more.
Gemma is upset. Pancakes are thick and fluffy. Crepes are not pancakes. They are.
Okay, explain Egos then. Neither thick nor fluffy.
That's
Frozen.
disgusting.
Frozen.
But wouldn't those fit into the waffle category? What do those have to do
Okay.
with crepes or
Damn,
pancakes?
Oh, it's the
Oh,
same,
I just
it's
said
the same logic.
It's not
though.
fluffy.
Yeah.
Okay, so are we gonna have Bimo and Galente on pancakes?
Sure.
And then you Charles, Gray, and Dorcas on waffles, and me on pancakes. But your whole point is to sway me to order waffles.
I thought you were the moderator, Kitty.
I wanted to be, but I'm like, nah, man, I can't do this. I can't be
You
moderating.
cannot
this.
remain objective.
I think it would be
even
very
number.
interesting for you guys to change my mind. Like,
This is
okay,
becoming a Steven Crowder segment.
I
yeah.
have less
Change
than
my
no
mind.
interest in changing your mind.
Well, now
less
you're gonna
than
have
none.
to. No,
Use
Charles.
that.
No.
Use that
No.
to fuel your anger and
Well,
your
no. You don't have to have interest
skills.
in changing her mind. You just have to have interest in the
Only one
the
person
preference.
benefits from this little charade, and it's not me.
It's Kitty.
Exactly.
Well, you very well could benefit from it by just having some fun with
You'll
friends.
You'll have the satisfaction
I
of
still
going,
have
ha!
an empty stomach. That this is the issue.
You have
Charles,
waffles there.
You just ate
another
a
angle
short
here.
waffle.
Touche.
Okay.
See,
So
we
I would
could-
like.
argue for pancakes.
And
as-
you have
I-
cheese balls, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
There's another angle here. We could keep waffling about this, to
Mhm.
use the term from Gray, and piss off the chat enough and maybe get some super chats. Because that's how you know. That's how you
Yeah, it
know
seems a
the
little
person's
scummy.
right. Yeah, of course.
Well,
I don't think we need to sway them using any weird methods or anything like that. I
don't
think we're
know.
above that.
I'm not putting
How positive are you about this?
change my mind or change my view. Same thing. I view them as the same thing. My
I need
view,
you to
my
be
mind.
upside down.
So have the battle lines been set then?
Okay, so our
I think the
thing.
grid pattern is apparent.
Are we in alignment that you are trying to change my mind from, because I prefer pancakes and crepes are the same thing to me. They are honestly, objectively, in my life they are the same thing. In South Africa it's pretty much the same thing. We don't really say crepe. We don't do that. We say pancake. Pancake day at school was where you would get pancakes rolled up. So it wasn't like flapjacks. We have flapjacks as a pancake, but it's a thick pancake. Whereas to us in South Africa, crepes, I suppose, are pancakes. It's the same thing. They are synonymous. You can say either. You're kind of being fancy if you say crepe instead of pancake. Like, you don't need to. Like, ooh, sorry, calm yourself. That's where I'm at. So that's my context. So you now then need to make me not want a crepe for breakfast
yeah,
and want a waffle.
in this moment, we can't sway your nostalgia.
No, you can't sway my nostalgia, but you can sway whether it's a good idea or a bad idea.
You can
So you
present
can overcome-
waffles as a proposition so delicious that
Yes.
the proposition is something that cannot be resisted. Just do your best to sell it.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, you have to figure out a way to overcome my nostalgia. You can even attack my nostalgia, Charles. So, if we go, are we going to try and do this formally? So, opening remarks. Do you guys want a few minutes? We can watch a funny video or something. You can think about your arguments. Or
I have an
I don't know.
opening statement.
Okay.
Semi-prepared.
And I just
Mm.
I just have a clarifying question. So are we still, so yes, we're trying to convince you or at least try to sway you in some way, but
Mhm.
we're still on the subject of, are waffles or pancakes better than the other, right?
Yes, because you're
Yeah. So
you're
how does
using that. You're
How does that
'cause
play
my-
into your breakfast?
So my position is that pancakes are better than waffles. I enjoy them more. They're more versatile. They're easier to eat in terms of, like, they go down better. All of that. So I'm pro pancake, right? So you guys need to, because it seems like most people here, except for Galento, really, are really pro waffle. And you need to convince me that waffles are a better choice this morning. And maybe going forward, they will be my favorite forever.
Well, she's saying she hasn't eaten breakfast yet, so she's really hungry and needs the decision.
And both of these look really good. Like, look, I have pancake mix. Okay, which is guys, I also, here is another debate. Shall I bring it up?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Go ahead.
What are all those stick figure letters?
That's I was
That's
gonna make
Arabic.
it. Yes, that's Arabic.
Wow.
I was gonna make the Family Guy joke, but I won't make it. Pancake mix, right? So it says with crepe and waffle recipe. So this shits on all of our arguments the whole time, this whole morning.
Preach.
Okay,
It's got crip recipes.
it's got
Crep?
the crep.
Blood?
Crip recipes?
Basically, you use this exact batter in a waffle iron.
That's the shit.
You get
And-
better batter.
So, okay, you see, so for me, they're basically the same thing. So in terms of nutrition, there's the same sort of thing, wouldn't they be?
Relatively.
Plain by themselves. Okay, anyway, so opening remarks. Let's just go.
I'm with Nico
Cool.
here.
What? What's Nico? What's he saying?
I lost all
4:40
audio.
a.m. Oh wait, not 4:40 for you.
Oh,
There it is.
this is the decide breakfast for Kitty Think. What privilege? Yes,
I agree.
Yeah.
But Charles,
But
you can do breakfast for
there is a
dinner.
deeper debate here, guys. This is if you change my mind on this one thing, on this one choice that I make today,
Free
maybe
will exists.
I will change. I will go forward and have new nostalgia about waffles every time I have.
That's like me saying, I need you to convince me why debating serves purpose. Now debate about why debating serves purpose. I'm already
Okay.
of a position.
Yeah,
I mean,
I am already of a
sure.
position. That's what debate is for, because one person has a position.
You lost an hour.
We've already made BMO chicken out, so we're halfway there, Charles.
And are
Hey,
we
Sherry.
not, like, are we not on a live stream panel show called Thinkers? Like, is
This
that
is
debates in the realm of things that we would expect to hear? And, like,
We've
you
all
don't want to
demonstrated
debate
changing our
on one.
minds.
We're just trying to do something silly.
I'm an expert at this.
Okay, what happened to BMO?
He got scared. He had to run off.
Oh,
There we go.
Blobmo, are you okay?
I guess he's back.
For some reason, I think I need to buy new headphones because like everything stopped, and then StreamYard was like, "Hey, you don't have this connected to your PC anymore."
Oh, okay.
Huh.
Hackers. I think it's big waffle coming after you.
I was about to
Wow.
say, all of a
Awful
sudden he's going to start
discriminating against
talking about
pancakes.
pro waffle propaganda, and we're going to be like, "Are you still
Wait.
Bevo?"
Wait. BMO, you're on Team Pancake?
Yeah.
Okay, you
I
got to
think for
switch.
fun.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Okay,
I think
okay.
that
This
is
sense of
the
authority
official teams.
over those of waffles.
Okay, these are the official teams. Okay, so maybe opening statements, or do you want to get into definitions? I don't know. Opening remarks. Dorcas, show us how it's done.
Ladies and gentlemen of the chat, my argument for why waffles are in every way superior to pancakes rests on 4 facts and pillars. Now, you won't hear me claim that pancakes are not delicious. They are. But I assert that no one has ever felt good after eating pancakes, only while eating them. It is the waffle, the elegant, the decadent, the snack food, the cookie, the comfort food that you can eat and enjoy for the rest of the day, having had it. No other pancake has such branding as the Lego My Ego phrase thing. It's excellent. Now, let me paint you one picture. You work hard, 9 to 5 at a job you don't care for. You scrimp, you save for a nice vacation. You spring for the mediocre Marriott hotel. You arrive exhausted. All of your stuff is still in your luggage. You go to sleep. You wake up the next morning early because you're still adjusting to the time period. You go down to the main entrance area that all Marriotts have. You go to the breakfast nook and you see in a sad metal container a stack of pancakes that appear to be flat, flavorless, very mechanized, next to some soggy scrambled eggs, of course. But then you glance to the left. You see the waffle iron. You see the fresh batter for the waffle. You know what decision you make here. You go with the waffle on your vacation, the time when you are supposed to enjoy yourself and have a meaningfully good, relaxing time. You pick waffle. I end my opening statement.
Okay. He's making some good points, Rex. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Are we open to somebody else?
Yeah.
So do we go all of the winning team first, or do we want to mix and match?
I mean, I'm happy to plead my point here.
Okay, go.
I thought you were going insanity
No.
because you chose pancake, but okay, you can plead your point.
I will.
Hey, we will not stand for such vitriol in here. Okay. No, you're not trying to win. Nobody's going to win political points here. Okay. I want just the facts. When
Objection,
you're
Your
allowed.
Honor, subjective.
I'm not against my opponents trying to gain some political points in this argument in the slightest, because
Okay.
it's just part of human nature to feel this sort of way when dealing with a question so dire, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I will not sit here and tarnish my opponents by saying that what they enjoy is something without value. In fact, I highly value the qualities that waffles provide. One of my favorite dishes is chicken and waffles with maple syrup and whipped cream. It's absolutely delightful. It's wonderful. However, I have had many different pancakes and or crepes of many different varieties of sweet and or savory, as well as I have with waffles. So when I start thinking about what the qualities that waffles have, I realize that there is a texture difference that you can highlight between the shell of the waffle and the interior, which is actually quite lovely. Hence why I was undecided to begin with. And also the method of it being a vessel for whatever you're trying to enjoy with your base. It's phenomenal. It has little pockets built right in. However, when you introduce the idea of crepes being in the category of pancakes, all of a sudden you introduce the idea of your entire pastry to begin with being the holding mechanism. You can layer it into a roulade sort of situation, or you can just roll it up like a burrito. And either way, you can introduce different layers of texture. And that texture can even be greater influenced by which crepe recipe you're using, which pancake recipe you're using. If you're not even going into crepes, you can have thinner pancakes, you can have thicker pancakes. Honestly, I really like a very thick flapjack style pancake that is slightly undercooked directly in the middle. I don't know. It's just a sentimental thing that I have. But I have not seen anything that a waffle cannot, or the waffle can do, that our working definition of a pancake cannot.
Yes. Okay. What's next? Okay. So the speech of I do have a rebuttal for Dorcas.
Okay.
Okay. One of the points that I am confused about from him is he said that nobody ever felt good after eating a pancake.
True.
They are dense. They sit in your stomach. You feel heavy afterward. They taste great while you're having them, but they... What?
I don't. That's not my experience.
Then you
haven't your had experience a true pancake
experience.
My experience is wrong. Because actually, I find that waffles give me that experience. Waffles,
there's so much oil in them.
Yeah, waffles are heavier. Are a heavier
make them
choice.
Wrong.
They
Go
are
with melted butter, sir.
And
what kind of waffles are you eating that they're a heavier choice?
I would ask the
They're
same
a
about
heavier
the
choice.
pancakes. The pancake claim.
The pancakes. I mean, even the flapjack pancake, which is the thick pancake that you see on this this cover here. That pancake that goes down easier than the waffle. So
waffles are much airier.
I don't feel like they are airier. They're thicker actually, and I know that means there's air in it. There is air inside, but I do find biologically that I can get into like a food coma if I eat a waffle. versus if I eat a pancake.
Mm.
This is fascinating.
So what do I do in this situation?
Well, one question. Are you a member of the Clean Plate Club? Because this could explain it.
Oh, that you have to finish your plate. You never.
Yeah, because if you just eat pancakes till you're satisfied, you're not getting the real experience. You got to eat all the pancakes that are there.
It's actually a challenge at a lot of diners.
I'm
That's
the clean plates. I actually did that with sushi last night, and I was very uncomfortable. But I preferred the physical discomfort to the mental discomfort of wasting food.
That was the last time I did a clean plate policy with sushi. I threw up. Well,
I did consider that.
Wasabi still works really good when you throw up. It's weird. You'd think it would like calm down a little bit.
Oh
nope. It's still just as effective. I can attest to that. Yeah.
Okay. I also have a rebuttal to Dorcas's statement, but I want to make sure.
I was about to say opening statements. Yeah.
Because are we still doing opening statements, or are we?
I thought we were okay. So we might be. I thought we were arguing, but Bimo, you had an opening statement. Sorry.
I mean, I can accept Galente's opening statement.
I
find it acceptable.
I was just nodding the whole way, so that's mine. Basically, what Galente said.
Okay. I mean, Dorcas did us proud, but there are a few things I'd like to add.
Okay, fine. So everybody needs to. Okay, okay.
And we all must use text and accents.
Okay, so for recency effect, okay, we have to go in turns, right? Bimo, I don't want another pro pancake argument to come through right now. We have to go back to the waffles. So Gray, you can do an opening as well.
Okay. No, I'm not saying I'm criticizing you for your vote.
Charles, do you feel like you got a strong closing one on this one, or would you
not closing, opening
for waffle? Well, I mean, closing or opening. You know what I mean? Like, do we want to sandwich
Charles
this?
Is not.
You feel like you have a strong.
You go ahead and take it, but I'll endorse whatever you say right now.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
That's so tribalistic.
Much like Mr. Galente was just saying, there are some admirable qualities that pancakes have. I will give you this. With your traditional pancake, there is one amazing bite that it ends up having. It's the heart of the pancake, if you will. It's where they put that stack of butter. I like to flip that first cake and then let it melt into the one below it. But just that very heart of it is the best bite. That is the one leg up that pancakes have. Other than that, you get with the fun pancakes. You get again, we mentioned the latkes, the potato pancakes. They're amazing. You get sour cream, some applesauce. Those things are great. You could even go even further out. You could go the Ethiopian pancake, the injera bread. It's a sour fermented type of pancake like flatbread. I would even accept that as a pancake. That is amazing. It's kind of awesome with that style of food, but is it anything by itself? If you just eat that injera, it's kind of, it's just kind of bland. It's kind of nothing. And then we get to crepes, or more like crap, if you will. What can I say? It is the most skin-like of pancakes, and even though there may be layers, again, it's like skin. I don't know if that's the best part of it. And then imagine actually trying to make crepes at home. More often than not, it goes wrong. Do you have the little wooden spinner thing, whatever that's called? Can you actually get under it without either scraping your pan or just ruining your crepe? No, it's the kind of thing that you need to go out to a fancy place and actually get somebody to make it for you, because it is not like a waffle. But even the cheapest of waffles, they're amazing at home. It is something that you could do, that anyone could do, that a child can do. That picture that Dorcas painted of, you're on vacation. Well, imagine you're a child on vacation. Again, do you want that tray of disgusting, glutinous, globby, very, what would you call that texture? But I guess
plasticky.
You'd have to go paste-like. Yeah. Where do you want that experience while you're on vacation? Or as a kid, could you just throw in a cup of batter into that thing, which they have that amazing waffle iron that every kid learns by burning themselves on? It is amazing. You need to do that. That's part of your vacation experience. And I think even the worst waffle that I've ever gotten, which would be an Eggo waffle or a knockoff Eggo waffle, even the Kroger one is not as good. I would say even that is a better experience than some of the best pancakes I've had. Now, Galente brought up layers in in talking about crepes. And yes, they can have layers, but all it is a pancake folded around stuff. Where with a waffle, you can actually take it up a notch. You can put stuff inside of that waffle. Now you're talking. You thought that only French toast could you load up? No. A waffle you can as well. You can essentially have the equivalent of a jelly donut inside of a waffle. You could go savory with it. Do you want a ham and cheese waffle? You could have the ham and cheese in the waffle. It is amazing. You've now essentially made yourself your own version of like a croque monsieur, kind of. But, you know, you can still do it at home. Now, what you get with a waffle that you can't get with a pancake is satisfied, okay? Now, Kidda mentioned that pancakes go down easy. That's right. They're too easy. You should go with something that has some class and takes some time. That would be a waffle. Now, there's even different types of waffles. I would even include the taiyaki as a waffle. You know, it's that lovely Japanese fish-shaped cake that generally has like a bean filling. Sometimes they do different things, like a chocolate, a matcha, or a custard filling. That is still an amazing waffle. It's a fish waffle. I love it. And you don't get things like that with pancakes. About the best you're going to get is, like Charles was talking about, a corn dog. But they do have a breakfast version that's like a breakfast sausage and then it's wrapped in a pancake batter. Still, not very good. It's on par with an Eggo waffle. What can I say? If you want a golden crunchy cup of delight in every bite, go for the waffle. I rest my case.
Well done.
Bimo, for you. But Bimo's going next.
I have a short rebuttal. If you burn yourself making your waffles or can't make a crepe, that sounds like a skill issue.
100%.
I will remind everyone here that I was not given the option to rebut Galente's opening statement.
Okay, yes.
Now
Okay,
Team
I will-
Waffle has
No.
been rebutted twice.
I'm muting.
I will not take this bias from the moderator.
There is bias.
Not just
We've
the pancake
established it.
then.
We've established that the moderator is on a team, literally.
Marcus, do you remember what you had breakfast for this morning?
Yeah, write the notes. Okay, keep
Do
it
I
in your
remember
notes.
what I had for breakfast this morning? Yes, I do actually.
Nice.
Well, that's nice for you. Okay, some of us haven't eaten yet. Okay, so Bimo, please go ahead.
Okay. So I will give a bit of an analogy, just like Dorcas did in his opening statement. So you wake up in the morning, you're tired as shit still, and you have Bisquick as the only option. Okay, Bisquick is a pancake / waffle making flour and mixture. Okay, you follow the directions. You make everything correctly. It's everything that you want, okay? You're just trying to make this thing so then you can put it in your mouth because you know it's going to taste good because you've got the whipped cream. You've even got some ice cream in the freezer that you might want to throw on it. And, you know, you just want to make it work. But you don't have a waffle iron.
Mm-hmm.
Because a waffle, and I will posit, a waffle
Sounds like a you
is
problem.
just a changed pancake. It is a pancake that is just, it's got holes in it, right? Because the waffle iron is what really adds to the aesthetic of the waffle, but it is a pancake by another name.
Mm.
I rebut.
Wait, is Bimo done?
Hold on,
Is Bimo
I'm not
done?
quite finished because you can make a crispy pancake. You can make it have all the same qualities of a waffle, but bigger and thicker or even thinner like crepes. It is just semantics that we are talking about. We are just talking about a tool that changes the quality or Gray would agree with the quality. Or maybe Dorcas as well. But I'm not trying not to make an argument for the waffle side here, but more pancakes by another name are just waffles because of the tool used. You don't have that tool available. It's just a pancake. And you can do all of the same things with a waffle that you can with a pancake and vice versa. The reason why I prefer in this morning analogy for pancakes is because they are easier to make. You just throw it on. It doesn't even need to be a sphere. You just let it cook, you flip it, and it's done. You don't have to get out a tool. You don't have to clean something extra. You just put it in a pan, let it finish, flip it, and it's done. You can make a stuffed pancake, by the way, but that's just a skill issue, and we've already established that we don't want to go into skill issues yet. But that is the end of my statement.
I rebut on 2 points. 2 points. 1, any pancake mix that claims to double as waffle mix does not make a true waffle. And
why?
2,
Okay.
you can get simple electric waffle makers for like $8 at Target. And
This is
I assert that if
discrimination.
that is too much for you, then that is your skill issue.
No, that's a financial issue, not a skill issue. Come on.
They also have personal ones for under $5.
Okay.
And I will. Sorry.
Go, Lindsay, go.
I will say that the skill issue that I was initially highlighting was mainly the ability to make crepes. As somebody that made them for 4 years as my job,
I can also make a damn good crepe really easily.
And I would say that you guys have skills above the norm.
True.
Sure.
It is not a usual at-home food.
Of course. And I'm not expecting everybody to be able to make crepes at home. I'm not expecting everybody to be able to beat Dark Souls, but both of them are skill issues.
Okay.
You heard
Would you
from these
rather have a
elitist
frozen pancake or a frozen waffle, though?
I would have neither.
Can you name a brand of a frozen waffle? Just anyone. Can you name a brand of frozen pancake? We all know the frozen waffle. It, in fact, made an appearance in Stranger Things.
Crepe on your arguments, so
we're not quite at all of the delineations here. We haven't finished. We have to get to Kitty and Charles, but I hear you, Gray. I will answer that question.
Okay. I will just give for my opening. Oh, well, Charles actually should go next. But we haven't a rebuttal. Yeah, Charles isn't interested. He should have been the moderator. Okay, well, we got no moderator. We're moderating ourselves, guys. So I guess that's...
do that?
Yeah, we were doing that.
I don't know if we should forego having a moderator with a debate of such like high
Let's put
stakes.
Zero Flex on.
I mean, like this could make or break, world economics as to whether or not you had pancakes or waffles for breakfast today.
But you see the way that it's working, right? Is I have the ability to mute people, and so does Dorcas. So it's kind of like a fair thing. So we can moderate together. Yeah, so we can mute each other and whatever if there is a problem. So we have to
mute me.
Perfect.
I did not do that.
He did it on purpose. He
No,
did it
obviously that was
because he's
Kiddo.
gonna red smoke or something. It wasn't me. I've got my hands here.
That was so bad faith.
You guys. Okay.
I'm not doing this, I swear.
Oh my gosh, we're being hacked.
So what I would like to say for my side, because Charles isn't there, so I'll take it. You guys are giving all these analogies and things like that. Now I'll give you my literal situation right now. Okay? And it is, I have pancake mix that objectively on the box says 8 waffles. Okay, it says you need to make this batter, and as BMO has stated previously, the only difference really is how much batter I put in a thing and the shape I make with this. Okay, yes, Dorcas has said that this makes it bad quality. What about this makes it not good enough to be a waffle batter?
Oh man, I could even.
It's not made with love.
It's not made with love.
I have a question, Dorcas. Tell me what is in a waffle mix that is supposedly not in a
cooking.
pancake?
Cooking is science. Baking is science. The ratio, the ingredients down to a T will create radically different results.
But the
dense,
ingredients. I'm asking
savory,
you about the ingredients, not
flavorful. All ingredients are the same in anything.
okay.
It is
So-
the ratio by which you achieve the proper outcome. Do you have self-rising dough? Do you have
Can I tell you the
regular?
ingredients over
Go
here
on.
in my current, because I have this current mix. I can make pancakes with this because I have the ingredients. I have 1 cup of pancake mix. Okay, I have 1 cup of milk in the fridge. I've got 1 egg. Got a lot of them in the fridge. 1 tablespoon vegetable oil, or as this box says, vegetables oil. Okay, so
Wow, they can't even word it correctly. Shame.
so I've got the. So I am willing. I was inspired by Bimo's story to make pancakes because I was thinking I'll just order. Okay, but I can make them, and I can actually get the satisfaction of making them. Because
Which
I've
is
got
only a
the
fraction of the satisfaction you get from waffles, but okay.
Okay. No,
Kitty, you
whereas
can-
I don't want to buy a waffle iron, okay, today. Use red velvet cake mix for waffles or funfetti. So we even have
Base.
that. Lives in
Oh.
Dave's walls. Okay,
Lives in Des Walls, is back from vacation. Okay, nice to see. Welcome home.
he's been here. He's super chat several times. Hi.
He was vacationing in Stitch's Walls temporarily for a while, so just want to.
Oh, okay.
Give
Yeah,
him-
so
give
I
him
was
that,
wondering
welcome
whether he
home.
goes on vacation with Dev
But-
and goes in Dev's vacation walls.
But Kitty,
No.
you can talk about eggs and milk all you want, but the
Mhm.
one ingredient there that you left vague, that I assert you left purposefully vague, was the mix part. What is that mix?
Okay, it is wheat flour, sugar, raising agents, sodium bicarbonate,
That's
sodium
where you're
acid,
going wrong. Go on, continue.
sodium acid 5-rophosphate, calcium dihydrogen diphosphate, salt, skimmed cow's milk powder, artificial vanilla flavor.
Ooh.
No nutmeg, no cardamom, no anything.
Well, it's not
No brown
traditional.
sugar.
No, that's what's in here. Okay.
It's no true
And-
waffle.
Okay, but now what it has told me on this box as well is for 9 to 11 pancakes, it says in a bowl, add all ingredients, beat to smooth consistency, grease the pan and heat over medium temperature, pour approximately a 1/4 cup of batter onto the hot pan, cook until surface becomes bubbly and edges start to dry, turn the pancake and cook the other side for 1 minute or until bottom is golden. Okay, now it says for 8 waffles, so it seems to me that Bimo's discussion, Bimo's thing of it is literally the form that is the difference for 8 waffles. So we have 8 versus 9 pancakes. 8 waffles versus 9 pancakes. It says preheat and grease the waffle pan, which it assumes I have. Okay. Pour a 1/4 cup of the batter. Cook for 2 minutes or until golden and crisp. So it seems like a waffle is a
Quality over quantity.
is a thicker pancake. And
That's right,
I
thick
understand
boy.
that the way that it is cooked makes it different. I understand that. The science, we are in agreement on that, Dorcas, that the science of it and the process of it involved makes them different things. So they started off as the same batter, but they became different things. I guess
One transcended its
well,
origin.
no, okay, but I think that then we can just talk about the form factor, okay? Not so much the ingredients. It seems like if Dorcas, you're saying that the ingredients matter. I'm saying they don't. So I'm not going to. I'm saying that they are. The form factor is the thing that we need to argue about going forward.
Respectfully, I will cite an expert.
Who is an expert?
The great Lady Betty Crocker herself. Per the Betty Crocker website, waffles usually contain more fat and sometimes more sugar. The additional fat helps turn out waffles that are crispy on the outside and soft and chewy inside, as opposed to a floppy pancake. The additional sugar leads to more caramelization, so waffles get brown and crispy on the outside.
You know what that makes me think though, Dorcas? Damn, I better not have waffles because I'm gonna get even fatter if I have waffles. So it seems like if I go and order, because I could order waffles. Okay, so that overcomes the lack of waffle iron, right? That also, hey, and there's the thing that I don't actually have to make them, so that's cool. Skill issue is no longer an issue for either of these.
I think you're gonna get fat whichever of these two you choose.
Yeah, I don't think there's a healthy option between the two of them.
Yeah.
Dorcas has a
but
syrup alternative.
But calorie wise, it's like just even less. Just calorie wise, there could be fewer. So maybe to overcome the calorie discussion,
isn't it the exact same thing?
Pancake. Yes, I use this. I'm talking about this. If I used the same pancake mix, I could overcome that discrepancy. Waffle fat goes straight to the bum. Yeah, as if that's totally where I needed to go.
It's true.
Rex
Waffles
is very upset with you right now, Kitty.
Hey,
Rex is very upset with you right now. He feels
Oscar,
like the goalpost is being blatantly moved.
oh, for what? Yeah, I guess I am moving it. Yeah,
Discrepancy.
discrepancy. Okay.
Well, I don't know if Charles is here to give any sort of rebuttal or final opening statement, but I think I know along the lines in which he would speak. And again, he would definitely hammer home that, we have frozen waffles that we can all name, picture, and has been all over media. And that is the worst waffle that one could come up with. BMO mentioned, ice cream on top of his pancakes. That is ridiculous. You put it in a waffle cone, sir, and you know that.
Oh, of course
How
you can.
dare you? And then not to mention, when we're going to shoes, pancakes would be the equivalent of like bowling shoes. Who wants those? Nobody. But waffle stompers, combat boots, come on, man. It gets us through the jungle and it gets us through breakfast. I think that's what Charles would say, but I don't know.
And I want to point out, Hungry Jack makes frozen pancakes.
Oh, way to Google it 5 minutes later.
Guilty.
None of us knew that, and that's the point.
I feel like we're coming. We have to bring this to some sort of close in the next 15 minutes. So
I would say that Bisquick is about as ubiquitous as a commonly known name as Eggo.
No, guys, not for me. Guys, remember my context here.
You're not American.
So you have Eggos over there.
We don't even. I don't think we even have Eggos. I can.
Yeah, here in the States, Bisquick and Eggos are definitely a national brand, but both are equally ubiquitous. I'm assuming that you would probably have something equivalent over there as far as, do you have frozen waffles?
I suppose. I'll look. I've got my shop up now.
I'm curious.
Charles is back.
So I'm going to say
Welcome back,
waffles.
Charles. We missed you.
I hope you don't mind. I spoke for you a little bit.
Go Fitness
waffle
12.
Stomper point.
12 grand Belgian waffles, crispy Kinder waffle. Oh my goodness,
Kinder
guys.
Waffles. Let's go.
Kinder Surprise?
Ooh.
Yeah, do they have Kinder
Picard.
pancakes? I didn't think so.
Picard frozen
We got a
waffles with
Zax.
potato. Hey, Zax.
Hey, Zach.
Zax, you must be the deciding vote on this.
Yes, decide.
Yes, I have a lot to say about pancakes and waffles. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
Mm-hmm.
We can.
Okay. I had an earbud issue because my cat one of the cats ate my earbuds. So my normal headphones are now look like
hold
this.
on. They chewed on them, right? They didn't eat them,
Yeah.
ingest them.
Well,
Chew through them.
what did your cat think it was? Did your cat think it was a waffle or a pancake?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, so first of all, I think like if you're born a waffle and you want to become a pancake, I think that's something that if you're, as long as you're 18 or older or age of majority, I think that's okay. If you want to go have the surgery to make yourself into a waffle, I think pancakes, you can get bored being a pancake. And maybe you feel like you were born in the wrong pastry or whatever it would be.
The wrong form.
So yes, the wrong form, and you're yearning to become a waffle. And I think that should be allowed as long as you can pay for the cost yourselves. It shouldn't be for everyone else to pay for, or get insurance or whatever. Secondly, I think that if a waffle and a pancake want to get married, I don't see why that's an issue at all. I think it's like this is 2025, so we really.
I wouldn't marry Gray.
Zach, hold on. Are you saying that I can get both of them for breakfast?
Yes.
They could both coexist on my plate.
You can have a throuple.
And in my stomach?
Yes. You can have a throuple too. That's fine. This is 2025, you guys. So
what is this dysregeny conversation that I'm hearing happening?
The children make a crepe. I can't control that. I don't know how that would go. But and if it's a crepe and it wants to be waffle, well, we can decide that when they're 18 too. Also, but I have a hard line. I do not want waffles in pancake sports. That's bullshit. They can't compete for both. Waffles are way stronger than pancakes, and so we can have two sports. We can have sports and pancake sports. And
you know what? I think we can agree that waffles are stronger than pancakes.
Yeah, 100%. They are. They're thicker.
Yeah.
They're more rigid.
They're more structurally integral.
Yeah. They got
pockets. They've been pressed. They've been mutilated. Okay.
No, but no, just hold on. If a waffle wants to become a pancake, what if I get a waffle, okay, and then I squash it and make it into a pancake? It no longer has any ridges and things like that. So then
I think you've defeated.
But it would be a better pancake.
It's like the Adam's apple, right? Like it's not always going to be perfect. But
I mean, I don't think it would be a better pancake. It would have lost everything.
You get the greatness of a waffle, but flattened.
Yeah.
But it's lost everything.
Well, assuming you smash both sides.
Guys, okay, can I tell you where I'm at on this argument right now? I'm on, you know what? I can have neither waffles nor pancakes today. I should just have.
Thus is the result of all debates.
Preach. I can endorse that. Yes.
Bacon wins again.
No bacon.
It is.
No. So
that's not halal.
Just wait till lunch. Just wait till lunch.
Wait until lunch so that I can have more calories, I suppose.
Yeah, a sandwich, and then we could talk about what a sandwich is. Taco.
If you put that sandwich in a waffle iron, it takes it to a whole new level.
You know what? That's it. Sorry, Bonzig. Absolutely. Cook Sisters. That's it. Guys, you need to see what Cook Sisters are, okay?
I have Dildo's full support. That's what matters. Thanks, Dildo, in the chat.
Guys, I think all of this has become irrelevant.
Become
irrelevant.
We've been there.
Charles disagrees. Hard disagree.
Look, Cook Sisters. They can come in all different shapes and sizes.
Ew.
South African.
Those look delicious.
Yeah.
So it's basically a donut. It's like a glazed donut.
No.
Like
it's just it's more than a glazed donut. It's pure joy.
It looks like it's a braided funnel cake.
It looks like
is it jelly filled?
No, it's not jelly filled. It's got. Let's see what this ingredient. I don't usually have them with
salt on it.
No, that's coconut. Let's go.
Gross.
How
That's
dare
acceptable.
you?
Gross.
How
I
dare
just
you?
thought it was like a pretzel, like big flaky salt.
I
It
have
was like,
never made
really?
them. I have never made them myself, but let's look at this.
Kitty's cooking channel win.
Cook Sisters, my sister. The South African treat will always have a place in your hearts. Okay, you know, the thing is, I've never made it myself. You have to fry them. It's fried dough.
But what is it?
3 cups sugar, 2 cups water, 1 cinnamon stick, vanilla essence, all of that. And then you have to put them in. Is this a video?
You have to
it
get
looks
it
like
glazed.
if you
like it.
only ate baked beans and it went right
good.
through you. That's what would come out the other end.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be quite as lovely looking. But
yeah. There's a pretty lady eating a donut. Okay, it's more important.
Look what she's doing.
Oh wow!
There's a lot of vanilla.
I do have to highlight the spelling of this was not what I expected.
Coke Sisters.
I heard Cook Sisters, and
It's
so
I think it's something different.
COOK, right?
No.
But that's
Cook
The
my
glazes on this bad boy.
my
Cook is
American
cake in
centric
Afrikaans.
thinking.
I'm not
Okay.
Protein-based glaze.
Cook is cake in Afrikaans, and yeah, it also could mean a female bit.
the prep time of this is like you have to wake up at 2 a.m. just to have this.
that
Wait,
is true.
Are we?
But but I usually would get them just from the Spar. I would get them from the grocery store. The Spar.
Oh, Spar. SPAR.
I was like, they have donuts at the Spa? Like, why don't we go to the Spa?
They're not
This is a
donuts.
rehash. This is a rehash of an EFAP conversation, I swear.
Never a donut.
Well-
yeah.
What's never a donut?
Hmm.
Do they come in
What is
chocolate?
it? I wonder if Spoon has ever had them. Spoon has definitely had them. Spoon would definitely have had them.
You know, I would eat probably 11 of those and then die afterwards.
Just die of
Sugar high.
insulin. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna have fruit for breakfast, guys.
Fruit? Hey, fruit's good. You can put
I've
them on
got frozen
pancakes.
So
fruit.
wait. Wasn't the goal to sway you away from having pancakes? So we won.
Yes.
Yeah.
Victory lap.
What is Vex said? Key takeaways: waffles are a timeless culinary masterpiece, and pancakes are breakfast food for trailer park whippet dealers.
Hey, fuck you. Those are my
You're on the go when you have to eat in the car. You
Based.
don't want a pancake. You want a waffle. Like, that's easy.
You
This
know,
stuff
well,
is
actually,
simple.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
never on
science.
the go. Okay, I'm always in this.
I do
Rex
have an
gets it.
example of this.
I-
So
Rex,
If
I
we wanted-
defended you. What's with all this mudslinging?
go ahead, Charles.
Hey,
I will
Jacob.
say that I didn't know that you could sell frozen pancakes till I got here. In the UK, they sell frozen pancakes. The moisture doesn't come through if you reheat frozen pancakes the way you do frozen waffles.
Probably really
so
dry, right?
I know you're not going
Yeah.
to believe me, but that was part of the argument I made for you while you weren't here. The other part was the waffle stompers.
Well,
well,
no,
as for
they have frozen
coming
pancakes
over.
here in the States too, and
Yeah.
they are intended to be microwaved.
Okay, I'm going to get my frozen fruit.
I'm not saying that's
See,
a great
see
thing.
how it's
Coward.
frozen berries actually. So just
Even
hold
better.
on.
Wait.
Frozen berries are objectively better than non-frozen berries.
It's not true. You get a ripe berry, like a blackberry, right around the area where Galente is.
Those are pretty
so
good.
good.
But
Ah,
frozen,
yes,
It's so
yes.
amazing.
Or
Frozen
a
with
raspberry
that,
when you
it's
can get
such
them.
better texture
Mm.
though.
For smoothies, you can go with frozen.
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah,
get them like
definitely.
half defrosted. Like I'll just nom on those all day. Those are great.
That is good too.
isn't it
Especially
best
like
to have like?
frozen blueberries.
Isn't it best to have a very aged banana for smoothies?
Yep.
Banana
They're
bread.
sweeter.
Oh, is it? I
don't
might
like
have it wrong.
bananas in smoothies.
Banana bread's
So,
awesome.
if we're gonna stay on the topic of breakfast food a little bit, there's a place around here called Patty's Egg Nest, and they have something
Yes!
called the Elvis. And
Let's go.
It is
Preach that
is-
name.
It is deep fried peanut butter stuffed French toast that is topped with sliced bananas and Devonshire sauce. And
Mm.
Devonshire sauce is an slightly extra sweet, but extremely light whipped cream. Holy fuck. It's a life changer. Don't eat it more
That
than
sounds
once every
awesome.
6 months, but Jesus, it's so good.
My cyst
yeah.
is wincing right now.
Your sister. But
I don't
do
know what to
actually
take
have-
about.
I do have a fun
Your,
example. here.
your
So,
cook sister?
I
if you were
could
to
add them to
go-
my pancakes. I was thinking of that, Squiddy. What are you guys talking about?
Wild
talking
berries.
about other
Fried
foods.
peanut butter stuffed French toast.
Mm.
So I'm doing a girl meal
Okay.
right now. Okay. So this
You're
is how
watching
this
your
is
weight.
going.
Oh my
Okay.
god, how sexy.
Girl meal?
A girl
So wait,
meal,
Watching her
which is
figure, she's only eating.
If
Girl-
I just have berries and cream, I'm a chick now?
no.
Yeah.
Girl meal is something you would only do for yourself. You would never do that for your husband. You would never do it for your boyfriend, never for your friend, nothing. Okay, this is just when you have to deal with your own appetite. So yeah, okay, I was gonna just
I have girl
I
meals
was-
every day.
So
so I was gonna
you're
I
a
was-
self-centered shit, not a girl meal.
I was going to no, I'm not doing it for someone because it would be horrible for them. That's why I would never do this for them. This is horrible
Whatever-
and shit, and I would never do it for someone else.
Whatever helps you sleep
Wow.
at night.
Unless
Yeah.
they wanted it. Okay, so what
I have-
you'll understand when I explain the recipe. Because it just came to my mind.
Dial it down.
So
the
I saw that-
intensity.
I saw that these are frozen. So I'm like, oh, and I have to wait for them to defrost a little. And, like, I don't want to give myself brain freeze or whatever and hurt my teeth. So
you
I'm going to
microwave
microwave them. But,
Yes!
okay, no. I'm going to microwave them. But then I saw this was in the fridge. So I
Ooh.
was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this in here.
It's now
and I'm gonna
cereal.
microwave it. Yes.
What is
So
it?
that's
You
what I'm
warmed
doing.
up cereal.
I'm warming. Oh, that. So you see? Do you see your face there, Charles? That's why it's called a girl meal because
No, it's just white
nobody
trash.
can have-
You're just eating white trash food.
Yeah. So
Wow.
there you go. I guess
You
that's
get
what
me
it,
really high,
Hey,
and I'd be
you
doing
get
the same
new
thing.
terms for these things. So
I've
that's what I'm doing.
chewed like
What is
uncooked
in that
macaroni.
can?
Mhm.
It's coffee. It's a very sugary
Oh my
coffee.
god.
So I think
my
I'll probably
gosh.
calorie wise, I'm just
Frozen berries with canned sugary coffee, then microwaved.
No,
Yeah.
I'm all for this. This is amazing.
okay. I'm gonna go and microwave it. You guys have 30
Huh.
seconds to talk shit about me.
That's what I'm
Okay.
saying. That is cereal.
No, I need to mute myself and walk away. I'll be back.
So is that what anyone anticipated was going to happen?
Hell no.
Not at all.
Girl meal.
Okay.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
I was thinking
yes.
it was like a guilty pleasure meal, and it's like, who hasn't had one of those? It's like, yeah, I wouldn't tell someone about this.
You know
meal,
when you're
but-
feeling a little extra bloated, you know, girls, right? Well, that's what I'm having.
Okay.
We've all
Let's
noticed that
ask you a real
Kitty's
question.
getting enormous. She's so big. She's got to back off on those calories. So
Just
when she
big
comes
bag.
back, but don't tell her, guys, that we said that and that we've noticed.
don't tell
Just
her.
let her. Yeah, don't say that when she comes back, please.
Camera adds
Because
10
like
pounds.
she did her hair today. All right, she looks really nice from that angle. Okay, you just got to make sure. Don't tell her.
Yep, that's it.
But what is your preferred breakfast food, Zax? If you have breakfast,
Omelets, egg stuff. I like
Hell yeah.
Ah,
meats,
based.
some eggs.
do you
and
have
bacon,
anything
yeah.
with it? Oh yeah, bacon.
In this economy, though?
In this economy, eggs in the Canadian economy, it's not so bad. Eggs are still
Ah.
cheap up here.
Way to
don't know
rub
why
it in
they
our
eggs are
faces.
Eggs are cheap, but cheese is not cheap. Cheese is expensive. So you put some cheese in there, you're going to pay for that omelet.
Mm-hmm.
But so, Kitty, nobody said you were fat while you were gone.
I don't
I
think
don't
she
think
can
she
hear
can
us
even
yet.
hear you yet.
Perfect. See, even
Oh,
better.
Even better.
I mean, for real, I'm not gonna lie. I had to walk away and go preheat my oven so that I could start making some Kroger pizza rolls, so I could get some more high class food in my mind.
I actually was just. I actually when I went away, I got offended, because
Oh no!
yeah,
great.
because I was like, you know what?
Wonder why.
No, Charles called me white trash, and I'm like, that's why can't you just call me trash? Why do you have to say it's white trash? You know?
Because racial
Because you're white?
discrimination is okay.
Because I'm white, I guess. Okay, makes
It
It
sense.
could be offensive
What?
otherwise.
Because the racial category was accurate. It's okay.
No,
Like,
no, you have to say
that's
South
weird.
African trash.
No, because people would take offense if you actually called them trash. They would think so, but like white trash, it's like, whatever. Like it's
What?
just a way of. It doesn't have
That's
as much
true.
impact here. There could be a lot more impact.
I'm
So
allowed
actually
to say
it's
that
racial
because I am white
discrimination of it.
trash.
Well, like fucking so
Your
am
hat
I,
says
but
otherwise.
somebody can also like receive it away and not appreciate it, right?
So what other shit did you guys talk?
Nothing.
I made very.
None
You
at
guys were
all.
laughing.
No.
Nothing.
I said I
sense.
needed
No, not at
Kroger
all.
pizza rolls to
Nothing
get
at
the
all.
idea of your food out of my mind.
All I know is that I got really hungry during this conversation, so that's actually why I
Oh.
took a little break to go get food.
Okay,
So-
I'll tell you. I'll be honest. We talked about how much we missed you while you were gone.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
True.
True. And
But
omelets.
you look very
Omelets are
nice
great.
today.
I think we have the consensus that omelets are the best.
Oh, you're
Omelets
looking at
are
me
the
like
best
my mother
breakfast
looks
food.
at me.
Okay, so
Are you against all stereotypes then, Kitty?
yes,
Like
absolutely.
if I told you I ate boxed
No, I just
Kraft
want you to
macaroni
know.
and cheese, like what would you like? What was the first thing you would
Such
think
a
of?
Charlesism.
I'd be jealous.
I'd just be like,
I
yeah.
think
I'd
of
be like,
Canada,
that's
really.
a frugal person. Okay.
That's Canadian dinner, dude.
Frugal. They're like
Oh, yeah, it
$2.88
is.
here.
So if I said I was watching finances and I were Asian, what would be the first thing you'd assume that I'd be eating?
Well, I mean, like I
Okay.
would say, like
Taiyaki.
the difference here is that like
A Bucky.
highlighting that when I'm thinking of boxed mac and cheese, I would go to Canadian. I'm talking about a cultural difference. There are
Mhm.
lots of people in Canada that have that cultural like standard just because they live there, no matter what the racial element is, right?
Mhm.
It's just become a cultural standard.
We don't see
Um,
race in Canada. There's no racism here.
Because no one.
Yeah,
But-
Zach can tell us all about Canada. He's
But at the same
Canadian.
time, like
Canada.
like I'm not going to assume that somebody who's an American who eats biscuits and gravy to be of any race, because that's ubiquitously American.
That's true.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From my
Like,
point
it
of view,
doesn't- it doesn't-
stereotype wise, I'm an expert on stereotypes.
You
Yeah.
count two, Zach. It's North American.
Okay, so
It's
can I
the-
also
it's the
just
difference
tell
between
you?
a racial or a cultural
I think
stereotype.
I need
Look,
to.
You've got
Look, I need to-
stereotypes. You've got
Well-
the Sony. You've got the Toshiba. You've got
I
on.
apologize, Kitty. If you seriously
I
took
was
offense,
so
I
upset.
genuinely apologize.
No. I would just thought, hey, why does it have to be white trash? Why can't it just be trash?
If I called
Why
you
not
black
just-
trash,
Black
You,
trash.
like, take it and
Why
walk
can't I-
away.
Why can't I just be trash? So I also when I had this thought, it actually was when I was adding to my girl recipe, and I call it girl because it's a new term that is white trash.
stop trying to make girl food happen.
Girl food so I want to know, Galente, if this helps. I put in a little bit of cinnamon. Does that elevate my dish?
No,
I would not use
it probably already has
flavored.
flavored.
I would not use anything that adds a fruit flavor to my coffee for the most part. So the
Okay.
idea
Wait,
of
wait.
adding coffee to my fruit is something that is immediately unappealing. Coffee
Well, is adding cinnamon like adding salt to your
and
pizza
fruit
rolls?
and cinnamon is fantastic, but
Mm.
it does not solve the problem that I started with of coffee and fruit.
You haven't been to Starbucks recently, haven't you?
Well, see, here's the thing. You can have a caffeinated substance added to a white chocolate cappuccino
Monster,
from
yeah.
Starbucks, and we're suddenly dealing with something that's essentially a slushy rather than a coffee drink.
Yeah, raspberry lattes don't fuck around.
But
They
even
don't.
those, I don't really fucking do those either. So
Good man. That makes you mad.
just saying. No,
You're
it just
not
makes me
watching-
somebody who has
you don't
taste.
have to
when it
watch
comes
I mean,
to
we're all
coffee.
watching. Everyone's watching you eat.
Because you're like, how is she eating that? How's it going down? It's
There-
actually really
there's
delicious.
a subcategory for this. For
As
this
long as you
really
like it, that's all that matters.
Mukbang. Mukbang, let's go.
Okay,
I mean,
so
like, who am I to judge? I'm the guy holding cheese balls in a wine glass. You know, fucking
Mhm.
do you? Do you?
Oh,
I mean, Gray clearly puts mustard on his waffles and things like that. So
The monster.
or puts waffles in his mustard. Because
no, he
that's how it would
doesn't.
work. Why is it gonna be white
mustard.
chocolate, not just? Okay, so guys, what did we learn from today's
Nothing.
shenanigans?
You want a real answer or a joke answer?
Both.
Real answer that we eventually can communicate.
Mm-hmm.
A joke answer, nothing.
I realized.
Was there an objective winner this week?
Does there need to be?
Obviously,
Fruit.
waffles, right?
It
I
was
mean, I don't
fruit,
think anybody
clearly.
was the clear winner, but at the same time,
The
think there
fruitiest
needed
one
to be.
will win the debate. That's what I've learned.
I really did appreciate just being able to like get in the weeds about something goofy and non-serious and just, I don't know, enjoy having some fun with each other, but also expressing
Stop
things that
being
we do
feminine.
actually like. Fucking
Mhm.
waffles and pancakes. Chill the fuck out. We're having fun.
But
Now-
did you see? Yeah.
There's a better debate here too about breakfast items,
Okay. Yeah.
about how you like your eggs and which one is better.
Mm,
Fried eggs are at the top. They are
That's
the
next
S
week.
tier.
that was
Okay.
Over
I've
medium.
had century egg.
Ugh.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I feel about the same.
What's
Okay.
a century
At least
egg?
it's
Do I want to
something
know
you
what
had
that
it.
is?
No, explain.
no.
Look it up.
It's an
No.
aged egg.
Yeah, go for it, Dorcas.
No, Galente. I think it's basically an aged rotten egg,
Oh,
A delayed
Fermented,
abortion.
not aged.
but
fermented.
not one with like a baby bird in it that's dead, like a fetus.
No,
egg?
that's
Um,
balloons.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
that looks awesome.
What?
We're
what
getting
is
a
that?
picture of Gray's bedroom right now.
Ooh.
What's a balut? You don't know, Kitty?
Balut is
Oh, it is a century egg, but like taken up 12 notches.
What?
The egg is fertilized, and then
It's like
once
a
it's half
crunchy
formed,
little
you eat it.
delight. Sometimes the feathers get stuck in your teeth.
No,
It's wrong.
stop it.
It's
so
chicken
wrong.
in a shell.
Kitty,
Okay,
Yeah.
I,
you haven't seen this?
Yes.
We have to show you this.
no,
now.
I don't
duck.
want to see it.
It's
I
the
don't wanna see
perfect
it.
answer to which came first, the chicken or the egg, because both are true.
Fucking hell.
I've never had balut.
I wouldn't. I
I
wouldn't.
don't want to. I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it. I
Don't-
see
yeah,
Zach
not a
is
girl meal.
playing
It
with
looks
tabs.
For you,
like,
I'm getting it for
No.
you. I'm on it.
But guys,
wanna
we were
find
supposed to talk about experts now.
The most objectionable
like,
thing I can
Zax
find.
is the
I'm looking
expert
for
on
right
this.
now. Yes.
Okay.
Never eaten one. Don't recommend it. Ooh, that's gross. Whoa.
It looks like a chimera being born.
Holy shit.
A
I
Chevy
don't know if
Camaro?
I
Okay.
want to.
Not a chimero.
I don't want you to have to do this, but
Eggs.
Yeah, we
sperm
don't
has
have to do
force
it.
effects.
We don't have to do it. That's cool.
Don't you
disagree.
absolutely love that the person looking up the pictures to show you is going, oh fuck.
It's just
Yeah,
disgusting.
exactly. And you know what? I think we
I have
don't
one
even
shot
need.
at this example. And I want to make sure it's the right one.
Mm.
There's a one where like the bird is sitting up. That's fucked right up.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm looking at these pictures. They're not.
Oh
very-
no, Kitty, I'm
And
sorry.
they had attention. Just gonna
This one
cry.
is tame-ish.
I think this might actually be a bit much to send her. Just say it.
Not
I have
during
a-
girl breakfast.
I have a side question.
If you want to share it,
While
can
you're
share it
trying
if
to
you
get
want
that
to.
shared. Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead. You gonna do it, Katie? Or
Come on,
Sure.
Kitty.
she looks
Is
so
it
Show the
shared?
world.
would not
I'm
do
not,
it.
I'm not.
Don't do it. It's exactly
There
what you
it is.
imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a baby
yeah.
dragon.
Yeah, and people eat that. Like some people eat it
Crunchy.
with the shell. Yeah.
I think I'm vegan now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Yeah. This is something that's
Look at
used
this
in
one.
fucking propaganda all the time.
Imagine if
This
that
is
started
worse.
moving. Imagine if that
Is
started
this not
moving.
worse?
Yes.
I think it's worse.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're deciding to eat around the egg.
Yeah,
the chicken.
can we like
Well, yeah, you
actually
saved the best for
retain
last.
viewership?
Yeah.
You know, like
This,
That's for last. Holy
this is
shit.
the worst one. Don't look at this
oh
one.
no. Oh, why?
No.
Why?
He's gonna throw up her cereal.
All right, we've
Oh,
done
no.
it.
There
We've
goes
done
your
it.
berries. I guess
There
the
goes
dead
everyone's
birds win
appetite.
And then
breakfast.
Zax
That's
never
what
shows
happened.
up on the show again.
Yeah, I was about to say everyone's
It's
appetite
gone.
disappeared right along.
Just throw up,
with
Kitty, because you might be pregnant.
It's gone. It's
Kitty. Are you
gone.
actually
It's off
throwing
the
up?
screen.
It's
It's
gone.
gone.
It-
It's gone.
It's
I'll even
gone.
remove my loop.
Hmm.
Gone.
Oh wait, I've got
Kitty,
that loop.
Kitty, it's racist that makes you sick. You know that. Right? That's cultural.
Speaking of cultural, I have a question for you, Zax. What's up with the
Yeah.
masks behind you? I've been meaning to ask that question.
Whatever. Go. Hold on, Sansa.
Sure, avoid the
Santa's
question. I
there?
see how it is.
No,
Santa's
Santa
like-
is there. Yeah.
Like German Shepherd who's trying to get to the cat's food, and I'm sitting right here. Like
Oh.
I see. You.
Oh,
It's not working. Whenever I travel, I try to bring home a mask, handmade if I can. So this is from Cuba. Yeah, I've been to Cuba. I'm
Nice.
Canadian, we can go
Hey,
there. So it's
yeah.
cool.
But
That's
with your
also
lighting, you look
Cuban,
Cuban, so it
Mexican.
makes sense.
That's from New Chichen Itza. That's from
Wow.
Australia. This was my favorite, one of my favorite ones. This is it's like life and death. This is also
Oh, I love it.
from the
Cool.
from the Yucatan.
That's cool.
So
Oh
on the
my
one side,
gosh.
it's life and death.
I love it.
Oh,
that's really
badass.
cool.
That's
Where
and
is
this one's
that?
all
At
colored with-
in what is it called? Oh, New Orleans party, Mardi Gras.
Kitty, are you okay from those previous pictures? You
No,
still look
she's
like
not
a little
okay.
bit.
No
is,
one
uh,
is.
all plant-based stained, like it's pink, so it's all,
Awesome.
Oh, no
all
blue.
natural. It's really cool.
Oh, that-
And I traded like a Jets hat for it. Like it's not.
That's
What?
amazing.
Really?
Yeah. They don't. Yeah, I
Does it
traded.
fit on your face?
There you go.
Even
It's an
better.
improvement, I would say for sure.
Clip it.
Yeah.
all of a sudden, he
It's-
becomes
it's like-
Jim Carrey.
In Cuba, one of my favorite ones is this one because I got to meet the guy who made them, and I got to watch him make that over like a couple of days. I didn't really have much say
amazing.
in how it was carved, but it was it was cool to see the process. So
I want you to wear that
Nice.
so I can ask you why the long face.
Kitty, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
No.
I think she needs some water.
I'll need a
Eat your cereal.
You'll need a week.
Good morning.
I'm gonna just. No, I'm very sensitive, guys.
Sorry.
I tried to say don't. Look.
You did. You told me not
It's
to.
exactly what you imagine.
I also
But I had morbid
suggested-
curiosity.
I have a couple from Africa,
what
but
did we
those
learn?
aren't from mine. Those are from a buddy who brought them back for me. But I've got so many
Hey.
now. It's kind of a bit weird, actually.
Can you,
Keely Chow.
That's cool.
Thank you. Thank you for subscribing.
Yeah.
See, it was all worth it, kid.
content.
It was all worth it. Okay.
how did the exchange for a jet hat come to be?
That's cool. That sounds really cool.
Fascinating.
Well, I was wearing a big Jets hat, and that's the only hat I had with me. So it was a bit of a it was a hot day. We were going to see Chichen Itza. We stopped there's like a smaller craft area and wandered through, and I was like haggling with them because that's fun to do. And the guy's, you know what? I'll trade you for your hat, and it's like an older hat. He's like, I said, really? And he's like, yeah, yeah, why not? They seemed like they were getting the better end of the deal, but I felt I did. So we both went home happy. I traded 2 tank tops, two wife beater tank tops, as part of the payment for that. Like in Cuba, they don't really care for the money so much unless it's American. They have a hard time spending tourist dollars, so they want to trade you for goods.
I gotta start bringing clothes with me wherever I go.
It's not a bad idea, Charles.
Yeah,
Considering your record.
And I think in some cases, then the guy gets that, and then it's not. I don't know who actually made this one or that one, but I don't know who, how far removed they are from the money or the payment. So some guy may have just stole that mask and taken my hat. I don't know. But it was a cool deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this would happen, but it's normal to start haggling for items that they can't get.
I would wonder what the hell what Jets hat, why would that have more value over there?
Because they don't get that thing.
Yeah, but at least the money you can
it's a Winnipeg Jets hat.
Yeah.
And it has like the maple leaf and there's a jet on it. And so I think it would probably be useful to talk to other Canadians who are tourists, right?
Okay.
And then you have it in to talk about a story with this hat, because it's you wouldn't see that anywhere else, and it's very Canadian.
Yeah.
So that was what I thought. Why they thought they'd want it, because it was old, it was not in great shape.
Vintage.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I like
the
to
Winnipeg
think
Jets, Rex.
because of their
hockey team.
Yeah,
I think it's because of just the cultural difference. I like that you got a mask for the Canadian thing.
You won that
that's
deal, as far as I'm concerned.
I think so too. Yeah, but it's cool when you get to meet people who actually do the craftsmanship. And so the one guy, the Cuban guy that I met with that one, he gave me his business card. I was gonna try to connect with him later, but by the time I got home, his email didn't work, and it's Cuba, so a lot of that stuff happens. So unfortunately, but I would have liked to have ordered more from him if I could have, but it just wasn't meant to be. Their internet there is non-existent, or at the time it was very rough and
iffy.
Yeah, and it's an interesting economy because a lot of the stuff is under the table for people who work there, because they can't spend tourist dollars, so they want you to maybe buy something with that money for them to give to them, as opposed to just giving them money. Yeah, and we had one day. I'll stop soon with this, but this one guy just took us driving around all day in this. I don't know. It was like a classic car, like a 50s Chevy. I don't remember what it was exactly, but he just took us around, and for very little money, he's like, I get paid the same no matter what I do today, so I'll hang out with you guys.
Wow.
And he showed us around.
Okay.
Different culture.
Sounds
Very
freaking cool.
Neat.
Yeah.
You sound like
Wonder what
very
their white trash looks like.
brave travelers.
Just go with it, I guess.
I'm very cautious. I'm like, I'm
I get
gonna
it.
do a certain thing, and yeah. Right. So are we
brave.
ready to get into the main topic?
The main
I know that
topic.
we actually spent a lot of time on a very important discussion. I think what it showed us is that no matter what the topic, we can always find disagreement on everything, and we can even disagree on what we disagree about quite easily. We be thinking, we be trying. That's always what's happening.
They love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
So yeah, we any other comments, because that's what I think we got from this, is that it seems like things can get personal pretty quickly, and we'll end up disagreeing on our disagreement, and it all goes out of control, and then we'll end up having berries for breakfast anyway.
Breakfast at Tiffany's.
That's actually the name of my girl chat group. Seriously, it is. It's my friends and I. Okay, anyway. So, experts, guys. The reason I wanted to talk about experts is because of going through the Douglas Murray and Dave Smith debate. And like most of the first bit of their conversation seems to be about experts and who's allowed to have an opinion. If you're not an expert, you can't spend a certain amount of time talking about things. So yeah, the topic of expertise and experts came up. So I have some questions. I have 10 questions that we can go through. Are we ready? Are there any other things you guys want to say to start off the topic?
No, I'm just
Okay. Let the epistemological games begin. Yes, Doldo, let's go. So, what defines an expert in today's world, and how has this definition evolved with the rise of accessible information and self-proclaimed experts online?
Are we going to do one at a time, or are we just going to say it?
No, one at a time. We'll go. Bimo, what defines an expert to you? You get the floor to speak. We won't interrupt you, or I will ask you questions.
In the most general sense, I would say someone who is the acumen, the years put in. That is definitely what would make me define someone as an expert. I'm not going to take someone who's only done a job for one day and call them an expert, but a guy that's done it for 25 years, I'm much more likely to give them an expert status than someone that is brand new at it. This also goes to years of study. This is why PhDs exist for a reason. Like, these are people that they are, because in order to become a PhD in the US, you have to create something new or something recognizably different from other things, or at least in the brand of like chemistry or something. I know this because like my cousin has a PhD in chemistry, and she had to write a brand new paper with a brand new argument, brand new thesis, everything, and have that get approved by her peers and posted in Nature in order for her to be considered an expert in chemistry, aka a PhD. That's where I would go with what an expert is. Someone who's just doing a bunch of research online, I would not value that to the same degree. Of course, it heavily depends on the subject, because if you're just talking about exercise or something of the sort, sports medicine is a different thing, not chemistry. Well, it is chemistry in a way, but
okay,
yeah, but it's degrees. But generally, that's where I sit. It's the how many years have you put into this? How much research have you put into this? Can you back that up?
Okay. It's experience. Can we make it that simple as well? Experience. How experienced you are with a certain subject.
Familiar for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
And okay, so just active listening, but the subject matter obviously is also part of the consideration. In terms of you think about the subject, and that will determine maybe the level that you would require for you to call that person as an expert.
Yeah, usually, especially when it's something I don't know nothing about, or basically nothing about.
Okay. Galente, are you ready to talk? You are muted though, so you might be smoking. Okay, I think
smoking
we'll get back to Galente. Charles?
Yeah, I'm kind of. Go on, Galente.
Oh, sorry. I was just about to say I can be back. So if you want to continue, feel free.
Okay, be back. Tell us, what is an expert to you? Oh, no, you're muted.
No, he passed it to Charles, I think.
Oh,
It was Kitty muting people.
I didn't.
Oh.
Okay.
So to just fill dead space, I would kind of just double up on what BMO was saying. I would align with expertise is, tenure and I don't know, some sort of credentials, some sort of I don't want to say like a schooling, but you've had time to study the thing and there's some sort of journey in learning about it. I'm supposing we'll get to it later, but like a degree would help. I don't think in all cases that should be the case, but some sort of long-term experience.
Because like you wouldn't do the same thing for comedy, right? Like a degree in the comedic arts or whatever isn't going to do the same as like actual experience for you, right? When you say like who's an expert in comedy.
I
graduated from clown college.
I don't know what you would call an expert in comedy either, though. Like that's something you just kind of learn in the field.
I would say, having UCB on a resume or Second City on a resume does tend to boost favorability in professional settings.
For sure.
It's an understanding.
Wouldn't the ability to like track box offices make you a comedian? Right?
It doesn't hurt.
Yeah.
Very clearly. That's I pretty much am an extension of what BMO's point is.
Yeah,
that's just me.
I'd more or less ditto that. To add to Charles's point about credentials, the thing about a degree is, it speaks to a certain set curriculum, more or less.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you someone who is not an expert but is in need of someone with a degree. They know more or less like a baseline of what the person with the degree should be well versed and studied in.
Right, like a lawyer has to go take the bar. Like that's, not only do they graduate, they have to like specialize in law and that stuff. So and building on that, it's like I have a general idea of what the bar is. I sure as hell couldn't pass it, but the essence of what the bar is to me is that it is some sort of very difficult test that it's a difficult test that lawyers have to pass.
I would hope
to
my
prove
lawyer is an expert.
Just a place you go to drink.
Okay. College.
Bar.
Yeah. The bar, yeah.
Oh, the bar. Oh, sorry, I didn't get it.
I got the different laugh.
Hey, I got you, Charles. I saw where you were going with it.
But
okay, Gray, do you have any specific comments? You have commented on other people's things.
Yeah, so I think I'd agree with the most part for kind of like straightforward jobs. Well, I don't know. That sounds demeaning, but some of those ones that you basically need additional schooling for, doctors, lawyers, things like that. Like, yes, you actually want somebody who's, learned and has degrees. You don't want like the jailhouse lawyer if you have a choice. But that being said, I think there's a lot of things that come from just literally experience. I don't know that it's necessarily time, but I'm thinking of a lot of comedians. I'm thinking of like a lot of musicians. Yes, if you're going for like sheet music or something, you go ahead and go to the school. Like these guys, these virtuosos aren't necessarily going to be able to do sheet music. But man, I'm thinking of like some of the best metal guitarists that I know of. They were taught, but then they just kind of took it to this next level. And it doesn't seem like it's the same like book learning. My main lead guitarist, I don't think he could have written out like sheet music ever. He went to school for it and like he can read tabs and stuff, but man, it's kind of just he takes this knowledge and then becomes like an expert in his way of doing it. I've seen it quite the same for like comedy. You know, I'm not exactly going to call like Matt Rife amazing or anything like that, but I don't think he really went to school and like learned from the greats. I think somehow he had this charisma thing, and he was doing the whatever crowd reaction thing. Yeah, and
he's a pretty
it's
boy.
worked out for him. But I mean, you could say the same thing for like Dane Cook back in the early 2000s or whatever.
Boy.
Like, I don't think he was the best, but he somehow kind of caught this wave. And I don't know. I wouldn't say that they're not experts because they're selling out. They know what they're doing, but I don't know that it's the only way to do that. But they've kind of created their own niche in the field.
There's that idiom, those who can't do teach, too. Like, there's some sort of, I don't know. I'm sorry, Zach, I'm stepping on you.
Not at all. No. So
I think there is some experience-based expertise as well. It's not just the knowledge learning, but it isn't necessarily time-based, because man, the guitarists that like learned after me that are so much better than me, it definitely wasn't a time-based thing. Just I don't know.
It's a skin in the game thing, right?
I don't think so. I think it is like a virtuoso thing. Like, this dude just has perfect pitch, and it's like, man, he could figure things out so much faster than me, and I was the one who taught him, and it's like, holy shit. Like, okay, way to go, man. He then went on to like more advanced lessons, but I don't know. I don't know that it is necessarily skin in the game. I think there are some people who just kind of see things a different way, and it just like clicks for them. The savants, if you will.
Time doesn't mean skill, that's for sure.
Hey!
Yeah, no, dude, I've put in so much time on a guitar, and I am no virtuoso.
Yeah, I have the most
that man
hours
was
in Monster Hunter, and I suck.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Practice does not make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect.
Would I be able to hop in for
Yeah, please.
Yes, Galente, go.
So can I ask everybody for a quick one-word answer to a very simple question? Does expertise make an expert?
Can I hear that one again?
Does expertise make someone an expert?
It's a really good question. I'd say no.
Not necessarily, no.
I say yes.
But
maybe the
speaking.
the level, I suppose, their level of expertise. When you say
It's a lot of not one-word answers.
Sorry, I say yes, but that is with my understanding of your question.
I'm gonna say gay.
I'll
You
take
said
it.
one answer.
Yeah.
I think I'll say no.
So if we were to be working under the realm of expertise, making an expert, we could very well incorporate both the savant that takes on to something very quickly and very easily, and say that they very well could be an expert in whatever they're engaging with, because they are exhibiting expertise over it, whether it be inherent or learned.
That's what I was trying to get at. You said it way more eloquent. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. But also at the same time, that can be irrelevant of expertise as well, because you can have somebody who, through growing up in an area that has a particular dish that's extremely common, that is not well represented elsewhere outside of their local region, and through them just having that be a standard that they are used to, and then advancing upon it themselves for decades on end, can, in my opinion, end up with expertise, even if it is just by trial and error over decades. But if we are not going to incorporate expertise into what is a prerequisite to be an expert, I'm curious what else is there. However, I asked an extremely limited question and asked for a one-word answer. So,
I'm more inclined to use the word expertise rather than expert. Like, relatively speaking, Gray probably is the most, as far as musically is concerned, he probably has the most expertise. Bartering, Zach's just displayed something I don't know if any of us can
Suck at bartering.
Right. So like, relatively speaking, if we're going to talk about one of these topics, we have our in-house expert, even though on a grand scale,
box office guy.
Box office guy. Thanks.
Yeah, if you want to know what it's like to be an AVRAT, hit me up. I got you.
Don't ask me for art lessons.
That's wait, we didn't hear Zach's though about what makes what is an expert in his.
I think that like first you have to separate talent from expertise, and that like art, athletics, a lot of that is based on talent you're born with. You can train and improve it, but like you may be the best. Well, Wayne Gretzky was the best hockey player in the world, but he was not a good coach. He couldn't teach it. He just was good at doing it. And so you have to put those things aside when you're talking about art and guitar and music. And I think there's expertise meets talent, and where those two combine, you can get greatness. But I think for this argument, talking about Douglas Murray and where he got lost really badly on this was that he was talking about a very specific thing which he could have been an expert on, which was border crossings into the Gaza. That's what he was talking about. I've seen that. This is what it looks like. He could explain it. So an expert should be someone who understands something, has specific knowledge of that thing, and then can therefore explain it to someone else to help them understand using their experience. So he could have read about it and or been told about it, but because he saw it, he's able to give different levels of explanation to people and answer their questions, not just repeat things he's been told. So I think when you step back, when you claim to be an expert of all of these other things, I think that's where you get lost and you lose credibility because, well, you're not an expert in everything. And so a lot of it is experience. So credentials, you talked about that already. That's just a symbol. That's why schools matter. What school you went to matters is, well, this means this to most people. And it may be that you are the worst person ever from Harvard Law, but and you could be a shit lawyer in practice, but that still, people still look at that and go, okay, well, he's done something. We could take a chance on this person. If he gives you advice, you may take it. But the other side of that is most lawyers, they have their specialty, like you mentioned, Charles, and so they try not to reach out too far outside of their specialty to then say, well, I do real estate, you do insurance, and so you would pass them off to someone who's an expert in that area, even though they're all lawyers. So I think it's a lot of collection of experience. Firsthand knowledge is always good. Being able to fix a BMW is different than being able to fix any car. Like it's in that sense. So there's specific stuff, and I think in that argument he got messed up by backing out of it, zooming out. He should have zoomed in and said, "This is what a border crossing looks like, and here's what actually gets in. Here's what doesn't. Hell, here's how long it takes. How many people are manning that border crossing? How many trucks go through in a day? Like he has that knowledge, and he just instead of sharing that, to back up his point, he went wild with it."
Yeah, he went on about expertise or experts themselves as a concept rather than actually going into because it's in all of these that we just discussed. It seemed like everybody had a specific example, right? And it was very much the context that was important. Like we spoke about different kinds of experts. Oh, when it comes to this, we could have an expert here. Charles said, oh, when it comes to us having a conversation here, we will have our in-house expert because they're the person who knows the most within our group. But on a bigger scale, they wouldn't be an expert because the group is bigger.
Well, so, if someone in chat is like, well, Gray, the expert of the thinkers, said that this is a thing to do in music, and someone who's, more proficient than Gray, be like, what the fuck? That's not the way you do it. Like it's all relative.
It is all relative, and the thing that Douglas in his conversation was relatively, he had both knowledge from reading and experience, so he could have really trumped Dave's knowledge with experience, but he instead focused his argument on how deficient Dave is, or how he's not allowed to talk about this, as opposed to, I know this, did you know this? I know this. Did you know this? Let's talk about the things. Also, thank you, Rossi, for the rose sticker. I'm sorry that it doesn't show up nicely. StreamYard, fix that up, man.
Yeah, that would be
nice. It would be so nice to have a sticker. Yeah. But yeah,
it also sucks because so Douglas Murray wrote an op-ed. I think it was like 2 days later, and
I've stayed away from these things. Yeah.
he didn't help himself out because like after the whole expert thing, he kind of went after Dave's credentials yet again, saying like he claims Jewish ancestry, where it's like, yes, his mother and his father. I don't know how else you're going to do that, but yeah, he does claim it. And then he also mentioned like for 10 years he has been unfunny, and it's like, really? Because have you ever been funny? Well, it's just kind of shitty where it's like, okay, so you're going after his credentials. And then again, he kept, so I thought it was just like a mistake where he kept bringing up like Ian Carroll and calling him a comedian in that debate, but he did it in a written op-ed like the next day too, where it's like, do you think this guy's a comedian? Like, I don't know who he was talking about at which point in the conversation because he's kind of mixing all of them together. It was very confusing. I wish he would have been more focused on what exactly he meant by he wants experts there, because he seemed to walk back every part, which kind of sucks.
Well, look, we keep that conversation as a reference in any case, because that's why we're speaking about this. But just so we have spoken about what we in context think is an expert, but just part of this question as well spoke about how has this definition evolved with the rise of accessible information and self-proclaimed experts. So I think we're going to have to specify what we mean.
I mean,
by
that thing, he weighed in on like Dave's racial makeup. So is he an expert in that? Is he an expert in comedy? He also weighed in on that. So it's like, I don't know. I don't understand what his actual like things are on. I guess, is it platforming or is it?
I think that like what's important is to display your expertise in a positive way, as opposed to trying to discredit someone else and say they're not an expert in all these areas. Like he's overreached in every single possible way by doing that, and he could have just taught him something about border crossings. That's it.
Yeah,
and I could have left it at that. Instead, he's trying to make it seem like he's a shitty comedian, which is irrelevant. Like, use your expertise to then teach.
What about the most qualified flat earther? Like, if we know they're full of shit, what is the most?
I think it's funny to watch those debates, like when they just get smoked on like, okay, so what is your model? How does this work? How does, like the sunset work on your model?
I mean,
the flat earthers can't really be wrong with how many members they have around the globe.
But who's like the most qualified flat earther?
Actually,
it has changed over time.
One of the most revered flat earthers lives here in Seattle in my neighborhood, actually. It's kind of a weird thought. But also so does Vosh, so it's okay.
Okay, so no, one of the things that I want to try and
I just want to throw in quickly. I think one of the things Murray was trying to communicate, and I freely admit it wasn't done well, was that there are people who are repeatedly pushing one side of an agenda and speaking as if they have some degree of authority or amount of expertise, but when called out on it, they retreat from the expert label. They don't necessarily call themselves an expert, but they are repeatedly pushing certain ideas as if they know
so I don't think any of us
level. And I'm going to finish.
Okay.
Ray, I'm going to finish. I specifically said they don't necessarily call themselves experts, but other people call them experts. And when called out on it for the bias that they state, they retreat, saying, "Oh, I didn't call myself an expert. I'm just a comedian." And that, I think, is what he was attempting to communicate.
So I was laughing at BMO's comment. That's great.
Yeah, BMO. That's a great click.
I completely agree with you. If somebody's doing that, like that fucking sucks. The last guy that I can think doing that is Jon Stewart, where he would like retreat when he kind of didn't have a retort to it, and it was like, I'm just a comedian. So I don't know, on the Daily Show. So I have listened to Dave Smith for a long time, not because I'm libertarian, but I really like Legion of Skanks. I have never heard him do that. I caught one of his debates that he did with Sam Cedar. I think it was like 14 years ago, where he did kind of throw that in there, and then his audience gave him shit. And I have not heard him do anything like that since then. So I don't think he's doing that. And that's why I wanted him to give like an example of who's doing this. Because he also kept calling Ian Carroll a comedian. And it's like, that dude is not a comedian. Like he's kind of like, I don't know, what would you call Dan Carlin? Like, he also doesn't call himself a historian. He's like a fan of history who has a podcast about it. This dude also has like a shitload. Well, okay, so this guy isn't as hardcore, but he's more out there where he's just doing like conspiracy theories. But he's like a fan of history in that same way, where he hasn't called himself an expert, but he's never called himself a comedian.
I would call
I don't know who he's talking about.
Guys, I don't want to focus too much on the, like, it is for us to reference, but I don't want us to argue about Douglas Murray and Dave Smith.
Yeah.
Or not even argue.
Well, and I'm not defending those guys either.
Yeah. I don't want us to go into that. We can at another stage, but I want us to focus on
a lot of what Rogan's doing is kind of this thing. Like, are we much different other than like way smaller? But I mean, like, I don't know. I think we have people who have a little bit of expertise in certain categories, but we're all kind of weighing in, right? Like, are we irresponsible in like our platforming? Should we have experts?
Maybe audience members are misunderstanding proficiency for popularity, or vice versa. Like, just because someone has a louder audience.
Yeah, true.
Very well could be. Actually, I was guilty of this with Steven Crowder, actually, years ago. I would see him and it's like, that's the opinion of the right.
Yeah, because he's got the
he had the audience.
Yeah,
he's huge.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw the Daily Wire.
Well, so that is actually the juiciest part of the question, because with the rise of accessibility to information, right? So everybody can fact check each other. Yes, all of that, right? But then we've also got. But then we've got people that I don't even think that this question says self-proclaimed experts, but it's actually like, I think Charles hits on something really important there, that we kind of, it used to be that in scholastic pursuits, the more people agreed with you, that really meant something, right? Whereas now we are all accessible, we can all have an opinion, and now opinions can be popular. And I say opinions as in views of historical events, things like that, all of that. Any interpretation of life can be now expressed online, as we're doing now. But now, when they become popular, they become accepted as truth.
Flat Earth, it's just popular. It's not right.
Well, and I mean,
a bunch of celebrities agreed with it on camera. Is when it started to get even more. Go ahead.
I do get very frustrated with the conflation between popularity and credibility. Being somebody who finds myself firmly yet fairly on the left. Hassan Piker does not speak for me. Vosh does not speak for me.
What do you have against horses?
A fucking a lot. But even then, like, if we're not going to go to such extreme examples, somebody that I agree with more, Anna Kasparian, she does not speak for me. Sitch and Adam, a stream that I watch on a regular basis, they don't fucking speak for me. And I get very frustrated when somebody points out a popular influencer and they're like, this is what that side believes. And it's like, bullshit. No, don't lump me in with what these other people are saying, no matter where on the spectrum they are, because you don't know me unless you've actually spoken to me about what my opinions are. If you're just going to conflate that because I'm on a side that I believe a thing, then we call that prejudice.
Do you have a question, Timo?
That's okay. I was about to get to that, and then you got to prejudice.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay.
I think we all have prejudice, though.
We do, but we should try and inhibit it, right?
Sure.
Sure. I think we could try. The best we could do is try and ask someone their opinion as an individual. Go down to the individual level, and try and resist the tribal labels, and assume what a person's opinion is. But you see that happen. You see that happen in debates. People go, oh, well, if you believe this thing, okay, so if they believe this thing, it's probable that they will believe this thing. And that's actually what Douglas did with Dave. He's like, oh, you seem like somebody who would believe this about Gaza. And it actually was true.
It's a very easy way to dismiss someone by projecting an argument onto them that they never made.
Yeah, but so I guess we can at least ask a person to make the argument that we're going to for a more productive conversation. It's let the person make the argument themselves. Don't assume the person's argument. I guess that if we've got to learn from it, but I think I'm with Charles. We can't avoid it. Absolutely not. That's not.
Two ways here.
We literally think that way. Like he said earlier, he's like, "What? You're against stereotypes?" Absolutely not. That's literally how our brains work. It's schema. So yeah.
Yeah. If you're down a dark hallway and there's two people, how are you choosing which one to trust?
Yeah.
Well, I don't trust either of them.
That's a good
question. Why?
Well, and here's the thing. It depends on how you're making. It depends on how you're making the delineation. I don't have any problem with stereotypes in general either. But when we start making racial stereotypes, then all of a sudden we start getting into uncomfortable territory.
Yeah.
Typical
when
for
it
a
comes
white guy to
into what's up?
I said typical for a white guy to say that. I'm kidding, Glenn. I apologize.
Also, the idea of assuming things about somebody based off of another thing that doesn't directly correlate to what we're assuming about them being prejudice. Yes, we all engage in prejudice. But I mean, like, I think it would be reasonable to say that all of us engage in some level of sexism as well. But maybe we should try and keep that shit in check so that we don't actually do this in a way that's unfair to other people, because then we start limiting our experiences that we could have with them and their potential in our lives. You
are a lefty.
I am. Jesus fucking Christ. People don't goddamn believe because I'm not fucking on this woke
Hey, you Shao.
All I gotta say is that every criminal is guilty of drinking water.
Okay. Well, Bimo, I will let you go first for the next question. So it's just for discussion. It's not actually having literal answers that are the end form. It's just what we think. We're discussing. We're having a think about it, guys. So
she wants us to keep it short, is what she's saying.
No, I'm not actually.
That's why she's talking to me.
No, it's because Bimo's got to get out of here in a little while. So I'm gonna let him speak first. And honestly, we could continue with just this one question, but I know us, okay? And they're all overlap anyway.
And if she doesn't kick me out, I'll derail too much, and it will last 2 hours longer.
How can we accurately distinguish between genuine expertise and charismatic self-promotion, especially in fields like health, technology, or finance?
Very good question. Oh man. Okay, so I can actually speak from personal experience on one of these. Okay. Personal. I wouldn't call it expertise after I looked up the actual Merriam-Webster definition of expertise, but there are plenty of people, because if you don't know, I work in finance. That is a thing I do. It's part of my career right now. And there are plenty of people, much to what I said earlier, where they talk a lot, and they are the most popular people, most well known for giving financial advice that gets them sued, because they are the quote experts, and they had been the quote experts for 20, 30 years with outdated information that was straight up lies. There's a bunch of lawsuits going on in the financial division because of this, because a person that was being relied on for stock information was making shit up.
But believed.
But were believed because they're a well-known name. So I guess that goes back to just because you have years in it does not mean that you are skilled at the thing, because there's a thing with updated information. But trying to get back on the initial question, can I hear it again, please? I want to make sure I'm not completely derailing again.
How can we accurately distinguish between genuine expertise and charismatic self-promotion?
Man, maybe looking into this shit would be nice. This is the same thing. This is actually the one thing I appreciate Tim Pool for, all right? Because I took his advice and then stopped watching him. Because freaking he said, you should never trust me as a single source. Never. So what did I do?
Yeah.
I looked at his website. I saw the stuff that he was talking about on his show, and I went and looked at it on a bunch of different things. Ground News is really helpful, by the way. Found that he was very, very biased, even though he claimed he wasn't. Like, I stopped watching him. He's not the expert I thought he was, just because he was a large podcast with a very loud, annoying voice.
So what you started looking at other sources, right? So you didn't.
You should never take one person's word as gospel.
Okay, but you stopped watching him, but you could have continued watching him and then like fact check the shit out of him, right?
Well, that's the fun part. My older brother and I argue all the time because he's a big contributing member of Tim Pool. Apparently, he screams his name from the heavens, like he loves Tim Pool's show. So I do hear about what gets said on that all the time, and then I have to fight my brother sometimes physically about this because he just gets in my face.
So you physically fight him, okay?
No, he lives far away. Otherwise, I'd slap him.
Literally, as brothers do.
Yes, actually, Gray, to answer that question, yes. My brother and I do scream at each other. All right, it's blood sports in my house. You need to if you can feel intuitively about something, and a lot of people just go off of their gut, but you cannot just trust your gut. It needs to come from something else. And I know that there's a problem with well, actually, no, there shouldn't be a problem with this. The striving to be objective on a subject, that should be your goal when you're trying to get information.
It's an ideal.
Just looking for the one bias.
Yeah. So Ground News, you spoke about Ground News. That could be a way. So basically, we have to always question, even when we're programmed to go with the people we agree with. So also we're going to want to, if they're telling you something you want to hear, you're going to agree with them and you're going to actually not want to question them more. So it's more, maybe it's like we have the duty to expose ourselves to other, to literally the opposite.
I'll use Andrew Tate as an example here, actually. Real quick. I'll use Andrew Tate as an example as the intuitive thing. Because when a lot of this like manosphere stuff was pushing out, I got to watch like the Fresh and Fit podcast and Andrew Tate, and I would look at them, and some of the stuff that they would say intuitively made sense to me.
It sounded right.
Yes. And then I just went through the process of seeing they're not good people, not living through what they're actually talking about, or the stuff that they're talking about and doing is not actually that great. But that took me looking elsewhere first to notice, oh, I'm just being sucked in by the charisma.
It's because it sounds right enough. The charisma also is not going in depth enough. So you don't go to specific places where you would disagree in any case. With your gut, would it disagree? You're not going deep enough. You're not going high definition enough. So you are going to go, oh, that sounds right.
I could even use another example of what I mean, where it's like, I'm a Christian. I go to church every Sunday, or I try to most of the time. And I'll run into people that will use the Bible as the sole source for a historical event. And there's a lot of debate on some historical events in the Bible. It's currently being debated even today. It's been debated for over 100 years. So these are the things. Is like, if you want to strive to actually have an objective opinion and you're not just going off your intuition, then sure, that you should look to other sources, see if it lines up. If not, maybe you should start asking questions.
So we can only hope to, because this question just gives you a look at it. So we can only hope to, and we just have to keep some principles in mind. Okay, so that's what BMO's answer is. I'm with him on that. Is there anything else? Dorcas, you wanted to say something and we both interrupted you.
I was just going to throw in something to the effect of, if someone is making some sort of statement that is so counter to the general perceived wisdom, such as the earth is flat, the claims should be met with some significant skepticism. So if someone is saying that Churchill was the bad guy,
yes,
you should meet that with extreme skepticism.
Yeah. That's so true. That makes me think about when
provably, you could
yeah.
prove the contrary. Like if someone's saying something and it can be proven contrary, I would hope they wouldn't be considered an expert.
No, but they consider themselves, and they have followers that want to believe this.
Right, the audience spread that shit, and that's more dangerous than anything.
And that seems true.
Question that goes with this, because usually the response is, "Oh, you trust the authority? Okay, do you trust the U.S. government, the people that have poisoned entire communities, blah blah blah?" And just they'll use that as a
poison
because they did something wrong. Yes, poison the well, exactly, because they did something wrong at some point, or there was one thing that is highly criticized to be a flaw in this argument of some sort. Now you can throw the whole thing out, but that's just not how that works.
To stick it to my expertise, I saw someone claim that the theater industry was pro Disney and racist against Sinners because there were show times for Thunderbolts. Is that the movie, the Marvel movie Thunderbolts?
Yeah, Thunderbolts.
Whatever. There were only show times in the future for Thunderbolts, but not Sinners, and they were claiming that was some sort of racist statement. Which, having known what I know, that's the theater buying. There's some sort of agreement when they work things out for newer releases that we'll give you 2 or 3 copies of this film, but you need to promise us that you're going to give us 5 showtimes per screening. So we need to see that there's going to be 15 showtimes in advance. And as far as anything that's already out in theaters, that the theater decides on its own what gets what screens and how many showings per house or whatever. So like that was an ill-informed opinion. Granted, it's nerdy. The fact that I know it is kind of dorkish, but to claim that it's theaters being racist is like that is not true.
Support your claim, please, or get out.
Right.
Yeah. And as somebody who's not any sort of box office expert or a comedian, I'm aware of the controversy of Disney. Essentially, like if I'm going to be realistic about describing it, it's just Disney throwing its economic and industrial weight around,
right,
to be able to negotiate that they need this many showings for their film for you to even get their film to begin with.
Exactly.
And what ended up happening is that they needed to cut another film that didn't have an agreement like that, and Sinners happened to be the one in theaters at the moment.
Well, plus, if you're running a movie theater and you think a week in advance, if you're going to put showtimes for something that is doing poorly this weekend, why would you guarantee that you can have 5 screenings of that when one screening won't fill the house? So it all depends on how well the thing is doing. To claim that you can't advance buy tickets for something is being racist. That's insanity.
Holy shit, it's AJ.
AJ, we were saying as well earlier, we need to get an AJ on here, and we were saying AJ is so hard to get hold of. By the way, Zach, I have admitted, and I think I should admit to you right now, AJ is my favorite circle of jerks.
Whoa. He is the circle jerk.
Although the thing that now, as I say that, AJ is a dog person, and you've got 2 kittens, so you kind of you've gone ahead with that.
And AJ's a dog person who said he would eat his dogs.
Yes,
is that really the guy you want to be?
Yeah, that's
I don't know. Plus, I own 2/3 of AJ, so it's fine.
Okay, so it's still
either way, you would have come out on top, right, Zach?
Yeah,
either way, I win.
Yeah. In response to what Charles is saying, too, it's frustrating because especially in that situation where it's just literally the biggest media company that exists throwing their fucking weight around to be able to get what is actually a financially successful movie that has legs, apparently, out of showings, that gives credence to people who are going to take the situation and turn it into a race-based issue,
right?
Even though it has nothing to do with it. But they have something to lean against as far as an argument of being like, well, this one's so wildly successful, And all of the Disney movies that have been coming out lately have been flops. So what's even the reason for doing this financially, even though they're not taking into consideration the larger picture?
But the problem is, yes, Disney's shitty. Yes, yes, they're shitty for a different reason, though. Like you're kind
100%.
of you're hijacking something that is true, but you're using it for your own purpose, which isn't true.
Exactly.
And that's dangerous.
Very much so.
And to slightly cycle that back to the Douglas Murray debate, I think Murray went in with this belief, and I make no claim as to whether or not the belief is true because I don't watch Joe Rogan. This belief that Joe Rogan tends to bring on a disproportionate amount of people who make these wild claims without the knowledge or expertise to back it up, and it's behavior that Joe Rogan himself would not accept coming in the sports wrestling arena, an area in which he is an expert.
He did seem to say some of that afterwards, but when he was confronted with like, so should it be equal representation, he said no. So I don't know where he falls on it, but you're right. It seems like he said more responsible expertise, which I don't know what that means. Like, I wish he had gotten more into like solid, this is what he's saying. Like, is it a panel of people that decide? Is it so many hours on each side? Because it's like he has had a couple people like Coleman Hughes and crap, I'm remembering somebody else. That's definitely
Godsod.
Definitely Godsod. There's one other one. So I know he's had like at least 3 this year, but yeah, he has had Dave Smith on like 3 times, and he's, anti-war, so he is not a fan of everything that's going on there. So he alone would like negate those 3. It does seem like there are more people who have the anti-war kind of mentality there, or the pro Gaza one, which is a little different.
I have a question actually. Do you think it would help if like Joe Rogan on his podcast like made an official announcement going like, y'all should not take me seriously, this is a fucking talk show?
I mean, he said very similar things. Like, these are just conversations.
Should
we? And then he also asked, like, should we not get into certain subjects? He's like, no, of course you can get into them. So
this, so
know.
is there? I don't like that point. He's got responsibility. I think it's for your personal responsibility. So I think a judgment being cast on Joe Rogan is a personal thing. It's like saying to Joe, okay, well, it seems like this disparity is on purpose because you're okay with that disparity. And if that is the case, then he's got to own it. I would prefer him to say, I am pro I'm pro Hamas. I don't think he would say that because nobody should be. But if he declared his opinion on it, then I would be a bit more comfortable with it. I don't know. I think there's
Joe's opinion or Dave's opinion.
Joe, because
I don't know Joe's personal opinion.
Yes, that's the thing.
I think I could speak.
He doesn't want to alienate people. Yeah,
he's just hated war, and he does see it as like one group going over the line with the response, but I don't think he ever said anything about like that initial attack. Like he wishes it had kind of stopped, from what I understand. But I don't know. I haven't heard him be like pro Hamas or anything like that.
Yeah,
I think he just hates war. But Joe, I would hardly think that he's pro Hamas either. But I don't know.
Okay. Sorry, guys.
The thing is, humans recognize patterns and make presumptions based off of those patterns. So I can agree with the statement that it's not Joe's responsibility. He can have on whomever he wants to talk about whatever they want to talk about. And I could look at that, and if I see a pattern of consistently anti-pancake people, I can make a presumption,
waffles are so much better,
right or wrong, that Joe might generally be anti-pancake. Maybe.
So is there like a certain ratio that like you need to hit?
Later, AJ.
Or see you, man.
See you, AJ. Nice seeing you.
See ya.
Don't be a stranger.
Why? I mean, we could we could work it down like a 99% to 1%. I'd say that's pretty sus. And 80 to 20% for me. And that'll depend on the subject matter as well, and the degree to which I care about a subject is just another layer in the factors to consider.
I gotta correct BMO's lie. I like pancakes, just nowhere near as much as waffles.
Oh, okay. Okay. Tell me more about how you ate pancakes. English, never mind. Joke ruined.
I think it's more about how the audience takes that information and redistributes it. Like, if you're hearing something about Israel on a UFC podcast and you regurgitate it out into the world like, it's out of a science book, that's kind of foolish.
Instead, you should
kind of foolish to repeat a lot of their. Yeah, I mean, fair enough.
Agree.
We have a blob mo and a talking jar of mustard. Why would you listen to us? I guess that's that parachute of like just the comedian or whatever. But I don't know. I think we can weigh in on these subjects, and it's like, the area of expertise is just literally our opinions on it. None of us brought like facts or anything like that. So that kind of
but also consider that I think it's reasonably fair to say that we all here have opinions that are very counter to each other. So we
I agree.
I think
people are wrong. Yes. Many people are wrong.
So
we can all agree on validity.
I think we all here try as best we can to be good faith and pay due.
Not in the waffle
whatever debate. Not in the waffle debate, but that one was for funsies.
I can agree on
but no, okay, so let's think about this. There's two groups here that we're talking about: audience and content creator. Okay, there's personal responsibility on all of them. Charles was talking about it is the audience. It's up to the audience to ask themselves this question: how do I accurately distinguish between genuine expertise and charismatic self-promotion? That's actually up to individuals, and people often fall short of that. But it is the ideal.
If we're holding the internet to a different standard than, like, say, network television, like, there's no way that they give like equal time to the opposing view. Like, you kind of know what Fox is going to do. You know what you're going to get from like MSNBC or probably from like Al Jazeera. I'm just saying, like, if you require Joe Rogan to have like a certain percentage of views, I don't know. Is that even more invasive than, say, like the FCC on what can be said on there? Wouldn't it like really kind of control thought in a way?
I live in Canada. We have the CBC. I don't think we should tell Joe Rogan what he has to say or who he has to have on. Because when you get that, you get Canada, and you get one news source that's paid for by the government. And it's not a good thing. I'd rather have, possibly false information than the same fucking information on every channel.
You get 30% Canadian content, so
I mean, there's that, but I think for what you're asking about, for expertise, expert versus the charismatic, I think that for me, it's whatever one confirms my bias. That's the one that's the expert. So everyone else can go fuck off.
That's awful.
Yeah,
if they agree with me,
how it works.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's what we're going for in news. Sadly, like, I know which one each one of my parents, which channel they're going to tune into and what side of the news they're getting.
I hate to be a rain on the parade, but you guys can have a real conversation after I've left. I need to go.
Bye, Blobmo.
Yes.
Our credibility will go up with your lack of blob.
Exactly. According to Big Ship, this is exactly what he subscribes for me to leave.
Wow.
Yeah, you get your nipples out of here.
Shippy, sub again. You can resub. They're not nipples, they're hands.
So I guess I'll just quickly plug myself. I'm finally seeing some good growth on my channel. So go subscribe to BMO's Art. That is the channel. I play a bunch of different games so far. They are on Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturday at different times. And do a thing called Every Death a Doodle, or as my chat likes to call, EDAD, much to my chagrin. And literally every time I die in the game, I draw for the chat. So
requests, the chat
come
requests
hang out.
things.
Yes, and I post
Yeah.
them later. So
There's-
you can torture me by making me
When he
draw my
dies-
character doing dad things.
When he dies, there's a roulette wheel for everyone who's active in chat. So just be in there, talk some shit, bullshit with everybody else that's there. When he dies, say what's up, and then you might get BMO to draw something adorable or horrific. I've done both.
Like a mewing
Yes,
hydra.
both. Like a mewing hydra, like BMO, like me as a cat, like multiple times, me mowing grass, me cooking on a grill.
Apparently Rex got it. Yeah, Rex also got drawn.
Yes,
You can get a
Rex
self-portrait,
Beckman as a
boys.
beaver.
Yeah, you can
Luke
get a
Skywalker
self-portrait.
milking
Not
them udders.
Not a self-portrait,
Mhm.
just the portrait. Yeah.
But that's what I like to do. You should go over there if you want to hang out. I don't usually talk politics, but I'll talk to the chat. So absolutely. Anyways,
See you, BMO.
you guys take care.
Later.
Sleep well, man.
Ah. Okay.
He got his nipples out of here. Thank God.
Replacement blob. We've got another blob, so it's fine. We're good. Let's balance out camera supremacy, boys. That's just how it's gonna go.
Makes sense.
Well, you might just want to get me out of here as well.
Oh
my God.
okay. You're going to
They're
bed,
stepping around
Galente.
here. Jesus Christ. You guys have a wonderful night. It's been fun.
Thanks, Galente. Yeah.
I thoroughly enjoyed diving deep into inconsequential topics like waffles and pancakes.
It was so consequential.
Well, I mean, in your context, yes, but also in actuality, in your context, fuck no. You had girl breakfast, so
She was convinced she was going to have pancakes, though.
I was.
She had something different, that's for sure. But
Now I have
Stein.
I have seeds and shit in my mouth. So nobody warned me about that or told
Did
me
you say
to.
bear shit and seeds?
No.
What did you
What?
say?
I have
Girl breakfast.
I have
berry
seeds in my mouth.
and shit.
Oh, berry.
At least there's no beak in there. There's no beak in your mouth. So that's
You know, does a bear shit
Now,
in Kitty's
Jacob.
mouth?
Oh God! Go get out of here!
No, Jacob.
Anyway, seriously, really love hanging out with you guys. Have a wonderful night.
Thanks,
Sleep well,
Galente.
man.
See ya. Bye.
See you, sir.
Okay, should we get to another question? Do we have extra things that we want to talk about with this?
Sure.
I feel like the
Oh,
only thing
yeah.
that we could really say here is like the audience actually. We could get into a debate about it, I suppose, what the other side's got
But,
to
like,
do, but audience,
who
as
is-
audience.
Who is calling themselves an expert? I think that's
Mm.
like who's genuinely
okay.
saying, I am an expert in this.
Yeah.
So often, like she's talking about these charismatic like fakes. Like you can think about it in almost every kind of field, but there were like Bernie Madoffs or whatever in like the financial field. In fitness, there's Liver King. Like that dude was calling himself a pro
Right.
who had this ancestral knowledge that he's totally clean. There's no performance enhancement, just liver. He eats raw meat. Going back to like Andrew Tate and like the Manosphere, it seems like there are these ones that kind of somehow buck the trend, but they do have a bit of charisma. I don't know how. Like every expert in the fitness field knew Liver King was full of shit, and that he was on PEDs. But
is that him claiming he's an expert? I think it's just popularity.
he
no?
was, because he was selling his lifestyle, and he was saying you need to have these. I think it's 7 ancestral tenets or whatever. So he was selling himself as an expert, and I
It's
think
a grift,
so is
though.
Tate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
And I
grift.
think Madoff was too, saying like, "Hey, get on my investments or whatever. I'm the one doing this." I don't know. I think there is something to that where we want to like believe. What's that one chick who completely faked the company? Now I'm blanking on her name. It was yeah.
Yeah, the one looks like
That's-
she's always worried.
Blonde.
Yes.
And then she made her voice very deep, and
Yes.
she became.
Looks a lot like my
Uh,
ex-wife.
She came off as trustworthy. Like while it's not super charismatic, in a way, it's like you want to believe that lie. Cult leaders do it all the time.
They're a
I
nurse
think
chick,
it kind
yeah.
of happens. Yeah, thank you, Rex. You're the man.
Elizabeth Holmes. Yeah.
That's the one.
Yeah, just send
Yeah,
us your
Katie's
blood.
sister.
She with polo neck, and she was the female Jobs, basically. That's how she modeled herself. Okay. So this is interesting, guys. We've kind of come to this thing of who calls themselves an expert, or yeah, well, what do we? How does this expert word? It's come up a lot. I think it's come up a lot since I think because of the pandemic. But now, are there people that self-proclaim? So you've spoken about in the fitness place, sphere, whatever. There are people that call themselves experts.
Yeah, sadly, there's like a million of those. Everyone has their own program in there. Everyone's an expert, apparently.
So who should give
Derek
the
from
label
More Plates, More Dates. Go to Derek's channel, More Plates, More Dates. He like exposes these fake ones, and then he's got his own company where they do all sorts of different testing on any type of medical test you want, but mainly hormone ones, and then you can kind of go from there. And he has contact to actual medical experts. But yeah, I think there are some people that you can tell are kind of like backed by science as opposed to like some sort of strange mysticism. At least there's some sort of validation behind some of what they're doing. But there's a lot of frauds out there.
Preach.
Yeah. So it seems like a red flag, or what, just something that you should look at is if somebody calls themselves an expert, then you should probably look at it. And I think maybe it goes back to the previous question. If somebody is called an expert, don't just take that as the truth. We then have a responsibility to look into, as Bima was talking about, more than one source, see what other experts are around as well. Discuss.
This is why I like. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Zach.
I was gonna say common sense is also like a useful thing to have, and like the Liver King stuff. Anyone who knew anything, not forget like experts in the field. Like obviously that guy's on PEDs, which is not an insult towards him or an issue with PEDs. It's just
lying.
Like, that's what he's using because that's what you
can tell he's juiced.
You can't get that mass without PEDs. It's not a thing. So if people then would choose to then believe, well, he's not on PEDs, he eats all this raw food. Like we can't help all those people. It sucks, but like, but really you can't. Like, if you want to believe that, you're choosing to believe something that's unbelievable, and you will be separated from your money, and it's too bad. But there's if not them, it's gonna be somebody else. So yeah, I mean,
so it's every man for himself. Like, listen, just try and be smart yourself.
No, I mean, people around you can influence you, and they should. If you're giving money to this guy who clearly is lying to you, it's if your friends and family should say, "Hey, stop being a dummy," and that's sort of the cultural, social piece of it, where like we should maybe help those close to us to stay out of trouble where possible. And if there's no one to do that for you, then that's
how it happens.
That's sad, but.
Does the Danish way of using publicity apply here? Like I told you that story, but that Budweiser can't call themselves the king of beers in Denmark because there's no statistical support behind that statement. So if you're like voted the best, you need to provide some sort of proof
where you were voted. Yes,
yeah.
Where you were voted. You have to have the stars. We have that in South Africa as well. Yeah.
Can Miller call themselves the champagne of beers, or is that wrong? They're not in that region of France.
Citation needed.
But Tide Pods. If you're dumb enough to eat a Tide Pod, I can't do anything for you.
They look so good though.
Sure, yeah. And you saw someone on the internet do it. It looked like fun for them. And but if you choose to believe it's going to be healthy for you, go ahead, eat the Tide Pod.
I guess that goes back to one of the things that I did when I was diagramming. Is I was like, okay, fine, then enjoy your cancer. For like people that are like, no, I don't trust the experts anymore. Okay, so that makes me think, okay, hold on, it would be stupid for me to question the oncologists and things like that in terms of I know better about cancer than they do because these other experts over here lied to me about COVID. So so I'm now going to go and do my own cancer research into my own self and probably just die while I do it. So I'm going to enjoy my cancer because I don't trust those experts over there. I guess I'm asking, you have to pick your experts.
What about Terrynomics or whatever the bizarro math shit? Like,
It really speaks to the problem of politicization of, well, in this case, medical issues, because that can blind and bias even reasonably well-studied people. And it really shows the damage that the COVID pandemic did, and it showed the damage that the media did by wasting whatever trust they had, by whatever responsibility they had to the truth rather than to their political side. It's just all gone.
Do you think the majority of the public would have been able to tolerate "I don't know" as an answer? I think there would have been mass panic. I'm not saying one way or another, whatever the fuck happened in COVID is the right way, but I would agree that people want to hear a definitive one way or another. Because
would we have accepted that in the waffle debate if one of us just stood up and said, "I don't know"?
I would have.
Oh, but I talked for you though.
The damage was being done long before that. It just became far more obvious to farmers.
I'm just saying the majority needed to hear something for the sake of panic. Like, oh, okay, even if it was wrong.
I mean,
dare I say, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know, and I'm no expert, but I don't know. Isn't the argument kind of that Joe Rogan didn't have? Excuse me. Wow, I just swallowed spit and almost died.
I did that.
Isn't the argument that Joe Rogan did not have experts on? But I mean, like, what were the dudes that he had on during COVID? They were all like either medical doctors or something. He didn't get like the prescriptions and stuff from his neighbors. What he went on was prescribed to him by his actual physicians. And then I remember him platforming Dr. Malone, and there's like 3 other doctors that I can't think of right now.
Posty?
But like, yeah, Post Malone, Dr. Post Malone. The best of all doctors. Just, I don't know, like, who gets to decide who is an expert? Because we had doctors telling us one thing, but they didn't seem to be as going after the truth. Like, it also seems like the origin of it was also a lie, and you couldn't actually say where it came from. Otherwise, you were considered some sort of conspiracy theorist.
I just remember in New York, it was bad, quick.
But I mean, like, yeah, I understand what you mean by the panic. It was bad, quick, but
they were like, "Here, do this. Stay away from each other. At the very least, things will slow down." And like, I get it; it's not the best, but for the sake of just what they're trying to do and slow things down, it sort of works. I don't think there's a right answer when it comes to saving stupid people. Whatever that's worth.
But I think the choice of these experts, either way, comes, if we're free people, right, comes down to a personal. So you can choose, as Zach said, you can choose to eat a Tide Pod or whatever, because actually somebody said it'll clean your insides. You know, like, you can do that.
To yourself, yes,
it makes some sense.
If you're endangering someone else, I would hope you'd have a bit more information to go on. I would hope.
Okay. So, who are experts there? Who we make them? Is that the answer?
Curtains. It's curtains.
Is that the answer?
Yeah,
that's it.
It's who we choose.
I think it's, I think for each of us we have a different standard, but hopefully it's somebody who can explain something thoroughly and have it backed by something.
You can have a very shitty standard and whatever, and you probably won't be able to understand that your standard's shit if you have a shit standard. But that's it, right? So I think we all have different standards because we all have different experiences and brains. So that, I guess it's, I think It's who we make it, who we say. Unfortunately, also then it comes back to the collectivism of it. Actually, the popularity. If a lot of people call you an expert, it becomes truth.
No.
Right.
No.
Socially, a social construct. Truth is a social construct.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't agree with that. I don't think
You don't want it to be so. Yeah.
right.
It's incorrect, but it's also what happens.
Yes,
Yeah.
that like Zach
And
said.
I'm guilty of doing it too. Yeah.
Like Zach said, he was being honest when he said, "I want to hear the expert that says what I agree with."
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why we
Not
have
uncommon.
crazies on the internet.
And I think we also have a thing that happens with us too, which is to expand what you're saying a little bit, where people listen to the same types of podcasts or YouTube channels. They hear the same information, then they share it with each other in person or one-on-one, which then confirms for both of them, like, oh yeah, we have the right point of view, or look, we're both correct on this, but they're actually just replaying something someone else had said, and then they confirm it to each other. Then they tell other people, and it spreads like that too. And that's just the way it works. Like that's why people go looking for Bigfoot. It's as long as I think I saw a Bigfoot. That's how it starts.
Well, that's the
And I
thing,
don't
though.
think
Like,
you don't
should
have to fix it.
I wish. I
but-
wish.
Joe Rogan literally has had Bigfoot experts on his show, though. Should we be taking all of his guests with the same amount of credibility?
No.
We should just hear what they have to say, though. That goes
sure.
to my next question. But Charles, finish your statement, then I'll go to the next.
It's exactly what Zach was saying. The person who started the Loch Ness monster hoax died, and he had like all the tools that he used for that photo.
That's what they want you to think.
Right, but people
Right.
still want to like. I mean, so people know that it's not true, but there's this like fucking cottage industry and it's still having
Lucy.
Lucy.
Can I have
Lucy?
name. Oh,
Lucy Lemonbug? No, the lemon bug. How do you say that? Lucy lemon bug.
Congratulations, no one asked you podcast.
What happened? Oh, did Norway get a membership?
It did.
Hey.
Congrats! You guys can now watch the behind the scenes videos.
wait,
Oh,
what
now
was I?
Lucas
What
will
was
know
I
what it-
saying that I'm a CIA member now?
What?
Shit, I don't even remember what the hell I was saying.
You were anti-Nessie.
it's Lucy's
I remember that
fault.
propaganda that you were pushing out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah. So people want to believe things, is what you're saying. If people were taken by something, they will be presented with facts, but there won't be facts to them.
Yeah, like all of the JFK stuff was released, and people are like, yeah, no, I don't believe it. It's like, yeah, okay, well then, what the fuck?
What are we talking about now? Yeah. It's almost as if people will come to their opinions, and then you got to just deal with it.
They just want to hear what they want to hear.
Humans are crazy, man.
I don't
but
know,
I
like
guess,
what brings them to the conclusion that they already have, that they want to be reinforced? Like, how did you
Yes.
get to the thing that you need people to reinforce you on?
but
like-
but the thing is, but then people do change their minds on things. How does that happen? How do that? And it seems like clearly they can be given concrete facts and still reject it. Because they believe this. They can still be the Earth is flat. And that's it. But then when they change their mind, how does that happen? We did a whole thing and we didn't come up with answers, guys.
Dude, a
Just by the way.
bastard got
Wait up.
into a rocket and died to try to prove that the Earth is flat.
Well, I mean, that's only when it crashed the second time.
Okay,
Second-
so here is another question for you guys. Okay, this was kind of this kind of goes back to some of the criticism that Gray was having, or not Gray and Zach's were having with Douglas, right? Mostly Zach's. You were saying, should experts be expected to communicate their knowledge effectively to the public, or is deep specialization enough to earn their title? So can you just go and be an expert over there, or do you have a duty now to come and share your knowledge? Can you come down out of your ivory tower and
Right.
communicate your expertise, teach us something? Or can you just go and be an expert over there?
Um, well, I think that I guess that depends. Like you can't force somebody to come and share their experience with you, but if you want to be considered an expert, I think that it's almost implicit. You should be willing to share that knowledge to the extent that you can. I guess that they want to. That was the thing that happened with this too, where we're talking about not enough other people were on these shows, or they weren't willing to come on to these podcasts. And I don't know that that's true. Like, did you ask other people and they said no? Who's going to say no to going on these shows? And that's part of the issue. I don't. I think if you're going to be an active expert, you should be willing to be at least called upon.
And you can't. I feel like you shouldn't be elitist. You shouldn't be. I will only interact with other experts. You shouldn't be. Oh well, look how stupid these unwashed masses are. They won't understand my expertise, so I don't need to share it with them. But it's like, well, it's harmful if you don't. So you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to bite the bullet, and you're gonna have to come and talk to meatheads on the internet, and you're gonna have to speak to them on a level that they can understand, and do it.
Yeah. Or you can't complain, or you shouldn't complain when people are talking about wacky shit like flat Earth. Like if you're not willing to explain why it's not, then
it's unfortunate.
You're the balance.
Like we did this with. I mean, we did this with Item Wizard. He's a maths professor, and we went over teriology with him. Like, look, we ourselves could pick up when we read Terrence Howard's. This is actually a great thing for Circle of Jerks. If you go to Terrence Howard, but if we go and read Terrence Howard's treatise on teriology, okay, we ourselves who have just normal arithmetic down, okay, we're like, nah, that doesn't make sense. Mostly, some people go, wow, that's amazing. He's onto something here, guys. The real academics should really listen to him so that we can get this new knowledge and transcend or whatever. But then
marijuana does that to people.
Can you disprove him though? 1 × 1 = 2.
It's not my job to educate you. That's so there are people that respond that way, which I'm like, well, then you don't get to complain. Like said, you don't get to complain about us talking about flat Earth if you're not going to come down and explain it to us, because otherwise we are just going to be as stupid as you left us. At least try.
$50 in the chat, please.
For what?
I'm ready to make a clarification that Zach is an expert on experts.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
And there's a price, evidently.
Yeah, $50, I'll be your expert. Sure, why not? I'm a paid expert now.
Yeah, there you go.
A professional.
Professional.
Yes, you're professional if you paid for it. Doesn't matter if you paid like 1 cent per hour, but you're still professional. It works.
Yeah. You don't have to be good at your job to be paid for it.
True. That's like the truest statement of all time.
Yeah. It's a living. Yeah, great.
Just, I don't know. I guess I would want somebody to be willing to back up any of their notions, not just scoff it off. I don't know. It really comes off elitist. Like, you just need to trust me. I have credentials. Where, I don't know. I would hope somebody would, even in the field of like flat Earth. I don't know. I've watched way too many of those stupid debates, but it's always fun to watch them actually get trounced and like be backed into a corner. Like, okay, how does your model work? And then you prove that it has no predicting values, and try and have them explain satellites on a flat Earth, like how that works, or like flight plans. I kind of dig that. So I don't know. Yeah. I'm of two minds, but yes, if it's a real expert, they are wasting their time with somebody who's very much beneath them. So I think that's where kind of you get those middling experts that would come out and do those debates.
And where does hyperbole and satire fall into all of this? Because I feel like
I said about waffles, I stand by.
What's the question? The further question there about satire and hyperbole?
I don't know. Like comedians who are talking, like a lot of comedians have podcasts, and they'll talk about something that's real, and someone will. I guess I'm just going back to the audience thing. They'll talk about something that's real, but if they're being a little hyperbolic about it, and some fucking Tide Pod eater will run around and tell people, well, well, I heard on Theo Vaughn that blah, blah, blah. And suddenly that person, whatever circle they're in, they run with it. And I don't know, something born in jest becomes something not that. And it's frightening.
Mm-hmm.
I hate the internet.
You hate the internet, but we live on it a lot. I think we spend a lot of time on it. I would say you spend a lot of time on internet as well.
I feel like people do their own research
stuff.
But yeah.
Zach?
People have been doing dumb stuff since the beginning of time. This is not new. It's just a different way to express it. Like, yeah,
so much
people think about like all of the weird traditions that people would develop, over time. It just like, oh well, if we don't do this, we're gonna get eaten by this, and people believed it, and no one got eaten, so that backs it up. Like, yeah, we did the thing, we did get eaten, and that's this is not a new issue. It's just a different expression.
So, what about? Okay, I'm not a pod eater. Okay. But what I experienced, was somebody came to me and they were very much, there were several people in my chat. It's been wild. Okay. But some people come trying to there's one person actually in particular who really wants to debate me on basically what's the name? Hitler being okay, I suppose.
What?
And
wow.
Yeah, and okay. And also on Churchill being actually quite a problem and whatever. And the way I see that kind of opinion is, we want to be anti-establishment. So we're going to say, we're going to pick the view that's completely against everybody. We're going to be contrarian so that we can be edgy boys on the internet. Okay. And that's actually what we're going to believe, though. Even though we want to be edgy boys, that's going to sit in our heart and we're going to believe it as if it's true. Cool. But then I don't even interact with you about that opinion because I don't believe it. But they want to come to me with their expertise and convince me. I'm like, right. But I am not the hill you die on, love. You need to convince an expert. You can show me stuff. And first of all, I would have to accept it, which I just wouldn't, on the principle that other experts have rejected your stuff.
Yeah, well, why aren't they going after...
Appeal to authority is a thing.
Why aren't they going after like a Churchill expert or somebody who's a Churchill
why
champion?
Me? Why me in my YouTube chat with my two viewers?
Assuming,
hey, more than two.
A Daryl Cooper fan from everything they're saying. Fair enough. I guess you could probably get most of their argument by listening to Daryl Cooper's podcast, but still.
But I understand their need to get their arguments across.
But isn't it like psychology where if you tell yourself a lie enough, you'll believe it?
That's what I'm saying. They
hasn't worked yet.
They started off with it because they're edgy boys, but they actually believe it.
Yeah. Do you think they actually really do believe it?
Some people.
Or is that what they want?
It's what they believe it. They don't really have any insight. They don't have self-awareness. So they don't.
That's
they're probably
alarming.
Like, so they just think, they don't realize that the reason they want this to be true is because they actually have hate going on in their hearts and things like that, or they just want to be against the grain. They want excuses for other things that they believe in their life.
Right.
Hating for the sake of going against the grain is still hating.
Yeah.
Immaturity too. Do we know how old this person is?
No, apparently an adult human male.
Because I was stubbornly ignorant for a bit.
Yeah. But I guess young people, that's exactly it. Young people. I was very passionately atheist. Like, no, go and be an atheist, but you don't need to now be an evangelical atheist, love. Just be yourself and do whatever. You don't have to now go on the internet and argue with everyone because I need to convince everybody so that I feel better. I don't get that. That seems like what they're doing. They have this message they want to get across. So I know when somebody like I can see if we're gonna use the ugly, distasteful thing. If let's use seeing as we're talking about waffles or whatever, Susan, I decide that
Wait,
I
there's
want
nothing
to.
distasteful there.
I want everybody to no. Okay, fine. I'll use. I want everybody to have blue waffles. Okay.
Whoa.
And and I'm going to go
think you
about
want that kind.
Okay, so I'm going to go about and promote that.
Goatsy.
And then there's an expert out there that just wants to that actually would be irritated with having to explain why it's bad to me. So I understand their propensity to stay away from such conversations and not talk to the Tide Pod eaters.
Right.
But now they can't complain though.
There's sort of this wonky space where it's like there are ideas that are so patently, completely, and unequivocally false. It's like why? Yeah. Like I don't know. Like saying a waffle is a fruit product.
Yes.
It's like why would any rational person want to engage with that conversation or entertain that conversation? The thing is, at some point, enough people who think waffles are a fruit product are going to grow. And at what point does that conversation have to happen? Because the waffle or fruit group are growing in numbers, and it's very concerning.
And they're lobbying the FDA and things like that. And we could do it with like even fat acceptance, I suppose. We can do that where it's like, okay, we're now trying to make it that it's healthy to be overweight. We want to change the standards for that. And that actually has an effect on the rest of society, right? So yeah, it seems like the stakes of the situation call upon an expert. That it behooves them to attack these sort of things, even though they're distasteful and they seem ridiculous. I think when it comes to something as hateful as what Dave and them were talking about, I think that is necessary. But that is not a guarantee that those opinions are going to go away, as we spoke about as well.
No, and they won't, and they want to debate you because all they want to do is pick up more of an audience. So if one person, agrees with them and goes, "I've never thought of that before," and they look into it, they can find stuff that reinforces that. Then that's all they're looking to do. That, like, I don't think whether or not they believe it themselves, they may, but maybe it could be just a technique to drag out more people like them to come over to that side and sort of feed that. That's possible because it's such a weird thing to even want to bring up and to discuss that you can't imagine that they're going to change your mind or that they're going to change most people's mind who watch it, but it's that one or two people that go, "Hey, wait a minute, Nazis were good." Then those are the ones who will come and Google them.
Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, they were good.
Yeah.
And that would in fact be Nazi apologia. So.
Yeah, and that would be a problem because it would become a problem because eventually you'll have actual Nazis.
Yep.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we can't now go and decide and restrict who gets to speak. So the only thing that you would have to do as an expert is fucking talk, boy. I think that's what you have to do. I think we are stuck with the war of ideas. It's a war, not the marketplace. But people they do sell their ideas. That's another thing with charisma. We're going back to the other question. Sorry. Okay, so I think we
survived the right-wing pipe.
What? I survived the right-wing pipe. I
Yeah.
didn't. No, I did actually. Okay, I am the right-wing pipeline.
Freedom of speech, not freedom of consequences, right? Isn't that the?
But
Something
freedom
like
of consequences, freedom of reply is not freedom of reply. Freedom of rebuttal. That's what
Yeah.
I think. I think that's as far as we can go. You can't be put away for just words. I don't want you to be put away for just words. I want to know exactly how shitty you think, and I want to know absolutely everything about how you think so that I can counter you, and I can also predict what you're going to do and save myself from you. But I think when it comes to the word consequences, it's not you get locked up. It's I respond to you, and you have to listen at least. Is as far as I can say. But I say I have to because I want you to. Have to because it's an ideal. So
Yeah,
anything
yes,
else?
freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom to, or you're forced to be listened to. Like
Either that is true. That is true. But they weren't talking about anything distasteful. It was false accusation by Douglas Murray. Well, that's the thing, though. There is this tribalism that happens because they could believe this over here. No hate, which I believe, especially with Dave. Seems like no hate. It's really, they could believe this here.
Why are you
okay?
cupping 2 ass cheeks or 2 breasts?
I always do that. You have to bring them together. So you can believe that over here. But there are those adjacent that use this as fuel. Sorry, I'm shaking them. Use this as fuel to go into the hateful zone. And that's what, and it was, yes, you're right. It was a false accusation from Douglas because he was not giving them grace and saying, hey, okay, fine, you don't believe that, but let's talk about the consequences of those, let's call them the Tide Pod Eaters. Let's talk about them.
TPE.
Okay.
good name for him.
So do we think that, so we're thinking that experts, we've decided, and we are the experts on experts. Well, we have one here. So, yeah.
100%.
And Zax has said that you should share your knowledge, even when it's distasteful, because it will help.
Sometimes those
Sure.
2 letters are just someone's initials and nickname, Creamage.
I don't know.
So
here's another one.
I've
Okay.
had to unname myself due to the association with those 2 letters.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Charles Patterson. In the Northeast, people just use
nice.
initials as nicknames.
Yeah.
And,
my initials were also that. CP.
Yeah. So, I had to rearrange how I called myself. So
Kind of sauce.
Sometimes. Now, if I change my name to Charles Sigmund Anthony Millhouse, then
Millhouse.
then
I love Millhouse.
I couldn't think of CSAM quick enough.
The best nicknames are the last name with the Y tacked onto the end. That's how Canada does it. We just or we shorten your last name and we put a Y at the end of it. So that's it.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit how they did it for Gordon. Yeah.
I said
It could be
Zaxley.
like-
Zaxley?
Gray could be great. Gray could be like
Poopy.
crazy. Crazy would be good. I'd like that. Crazy.
Unless you
Charlesy?
don't call me a goof.
Patterson-y? Patty?
Kitsy.
Anyway. Kids. Hey, it's short enough. So look, here's my long enough question. If we let it, why do you stream? God, yeah, take that out. Did YouTube take that out? No, darling. Okay. Anyway, how does the pressure to remain relevant in a fast-changing world affect the credibility and reliability of long-standing experts? So it's another further question about these older experts, the long-standing ones, the academic ones. They don't have YouTube channels. Really. I mean, we do have Gad, who's got a YouTube channel, but he's not the same size as Joe Rogan.
Right.
Hello.
What was it?
Yeah, I know. You guys always have to ask. Yeah, always have to check whether I'm done waffling.
Yeah, Joe Rogan has a big platform. He's earned it. Got lucky, whatever the combination is. So, how do you counter that? I don't know. I think that he's not the worst person in the world to have that platform. He I mean, it could be Whoopi Goldberg. Like that would be the worst. Imagine her with that. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, I guess no, we don't have to. I guess we don't have to say whether Joe Rogan is good or bad. But what about the long-standing experts? What do we do with them?
Could
Do they
community
get
on
Yeah?
entertainment be a bit more of a step in the right direction? Like, because media is fucked. Like, if you're getting your news from somewhere, there's a pretty good chance it's tinged. So, you know, on X, if you say something that is patently incorrect, you have community notes on there. So
the thing with
Yeah.
that is that we then have mobs that community note as well. So a community note can also be manipulated, but I think it is the closest we can get.
awesome.
Because it will no, but I think it will always it will at least give you the opposite. That's what a community note will do, or it'll give you something extra that you should think about, whether it is a mob or whatever. I lead the mobs. Thanks, Sparkles. We appreciate you. Thanks. Yeah, I think that's as close as we can get, because we still have to decide not to eat Tide Pods.
Yeah, I Zero Fuck says everything is gameable. I don't think that's the best answer. I think maybe sometimes we should learn on the job that something's not working, but to just say, there's possible fraud in this, so let's not
do it. No.
Yeah,
No. Yeah, that's what I'm
we
saying.
need to learn the hard way sometimes.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean-
No, the fact that I brought that up doesn't completely take it out. I think it's the best we could do. It's the least worst.
What were you
It
going to say?
seems to me that on medical issues, the best course of action would be to talk to your doctor who knows your medical history and would be better placed to advise you based off of your specific situation. How that translates
a
into
TV show,
non-medical
though.
stuff. Yeah.
Well, that comes back to the beginning when we first spoke about what is expertise and what's experts. It's actually like it really differs according to subject matter. Like when you're talking about medical, it is a different standard for medical. When you're talking about talking on the internet, we don't need to be qualified to have a podcast. We just need an internet connection and microphones.
See, I'm something of a hypocrite then, because I have a neurological disorder, and I've had a doctor tell me that it's Lewy body dementia, which there's no way to fix it. I haven't gotten a second opinion because I'm afraid if that second doctor says the same thing, then I'm just going to forget things soon. So, like, I've heard multiple things. It's depression. It's genes. But if I get the right answer, and there's nothing I can do about it, like, why? If I'm going to forget things, why be? I don't know. I don't know where I was going with this, but I know the answer I don't want to hear, and it's the truth, or maybe not.
It could
I
be
don't
the
know.
truth.
Yeah, I don't have anything to gain from hearing a contradictory second opinion. So
You're still
I hear ya.
Okay, you're
Help.
still like a slave to the actual reality. They can tell you this contradictory opinion, but
go ahead, Gray.
Not that you really had a choice, but do you wish you got a second opinion on your gallbladder? Just saying.
Ooh. All right. But
I mean, there's no
There's something-
foreseeing what would happen.
there's something
they
to
take
do
out
about
like 1 billion of them. You think that'd be just fine?
guys, sorry, Zaxi needs to go to bed.
Oh.
Final remarks by Zaxi. Sorry that I called you Zaxi, but
No, call
I'm
me whatever you
affectionate.
want. Final
It's the
words.
Canadian name.
Yeah, it's actually good. Thanks for having me on, Kitty. It's been fun.
Thanks for coming.
I've
Thanks
learned
for-
a lot.
Really?
Yeah, I've talked over some people. That's a bit rude, but otherwise, yeah, this has been fun. Thanks, guys, for having me. And whatever you guys do, here's what it is. Just do whatever I tell you to do from now on. And don't ask any questions. Don't search anything. Don't read. Reading is really bad for you. It's going to lower your T levels, and you'll get weaker and weaker. And as a man after 27, it's all downhill. So the more you read, the less time you're going to have to breed. Huh? That was good.
It sounds good. It has to be true. Yeah.
It rhymes, so that day is true. Circle of Jerks Saturday night at 10. As usual. Don't know what we're going to do that with that this week. I still want to plan a clam jam for Jacob, but I'd like to have Kitty on.
I'm a clam. I can jam.
Nice. So I want to do a fundraiser for Jacob here coming up. I don't know if I'll do it this weekend or not, but we need to do that. He's a member of our community and he needs our help. So I will maybe do a fundraiser for him.
Sweet.
That's it.
Most of the people that are here are Zach's subbed already, but if you aren't, go ahead, do it.
Yeah. Go find me. Thanks, everybody.
See you, Zax. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Zax also has really cute kitten videos in the shorts area. So just if you need some of that, go there. There's this great one of the kittens purring. So yeah, he poisons the internet and then cures the internet at the same time. It's quite an interesting thing that he does. So go there. Okay, are we going to go back to the question? I mean, we have about, do you guys want to stop? We are almost at 3.5 hours and we only got through like 3 questions.
Sure.
Do you want to do a garlic phone, or do you want to continue talking?
Phone would have my vote personally, but don't let that influence you guys.
Well, I mean, you are an expert at garlic phone, so that makes sense.
True science fact.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we explored the concept pretty damn well. You know, the rest of the internet has too, but I think this was a little different.
Because it was us.
I think so.
Right.
And
sure.
you know, it sounds like a ding dong of we hit that.
My takeaways,
goal.
yeah. Just hold on. That's my question to you guys.
What's your takeaway? Ding dong.
Order for breakfast waffles.
Chick shit.
Yeah. I mean, I think it sounds like all of us would like it if an expert could justify their opinion. I think all of us would feel a little bit cheated if it's someone just saying like, you know, trust me, I'm the expert. So
5.
yeah, while it sucks when we'd have to explain stupid stuff like why the Earth is actually an oblique spheroid, you know, I think we still have to do that. I think it shows that it's not just this from the top decree of what is right. But you know, that's just me. I'm no expert, as Miss Sparkles is pointing out. And comedy.
Yeah, people are just going to.
My takeaway.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. You go. I was going to make a joke.
I'm done.
You're done? My takeaway is that waffles reign supreme. And there's a lot of stupid on the internet.
I'm just throwing this out there. We were behind the ball to begin with. You know, pancakes were already chosen, and pancakes were not chosen in the end. So, did we lose? I don't think so.
Look, how many pancake people are here, and how many waffle people are still here?
Oh, okay. Sure. That's just got to do with the time zones. Okay.
Waffles are just more versatile.
Okay. That's an opinion.
But not really, though. Like how many? I don't have pancake stuff with caramel here. Can you show me that? They're like the same consistency. It'd just be this big sludge.
Okay, we're not getting back on it. So yeah, it's actually Chris. Thanks.
Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Huh? I was trying to get a real feel for what you feel from this. Yes, the expert.
Go figure. It was Dorcas that did the funny thing, not me.
Yeah.
My takeaway is that it is not a simple thing. It is a multifaceted, multi-dimensional, multi-layered equation in varying degrees. This all means the same thing, but basically you have to evaluate based off of the individual set of circumstances. If you happen to be the Joe Rogan in the equation, you need to evaluate your responsibility and your own biases as you move forward into doing whatever it is that you feel called upon to do. If you're the viewer in the situation, you should evaluate what your own current knowledge set and presumptions are, and if you feel something is speaking to you, you should follow it, but examine your own biases as you do so and look to what is the traditional wisdom and why that may be, and so on and so forth.
I'm with you on that. My main takeaway is actually all of this is all very nice and big and complicated, but I think the only thing we can do is look at how we purport ourselves, how we interact in the world, and whether we're an audience member or a creator, whatever, just evaluate and be self-aware. That's as far as we can go for ourselves. We can have opinions on what other people are supposed to do as well, and what their responsibilities are, but at the end of the day, they make their own decisions. So sucks. We can't just tell everybody what to be. And tell them
the source.
Consider the source. Yeah.
If they say they're an expert, do you think they're an expert?
Yeah, figure out that. Look, just because they're an expert compared to you, doesn't mean they're an actual expert. Because my own ignorance is not the same. Is not that the level you need to overcome. I want you to be certified with other experts, essentially, especially in things with high stakes. I'm okay with the waffle conversation being a joke, but when we're talking about serious things, then I'm going to need a little bit more. So context matters, as Dorcas was also talking about the specific context.
Yeah, I would say be open to whatever the opposite end of a discussion is, because sometimes what you don't want to hear is something you may need to hear.
And just hearing it isn't agreeing with it either.
Right.
Asking questions about it is not agreeing with it. Just that's something as an audience member you got to understand, that just because your favorite podcast is asking that question doesn't mean that they suddenly believe absolutely everything. They are just curious. We don't know, but you yourself take responsibility for your own views and take responsibility for your own discourse, really, that goes on. Gray, I think you're the only one that hasn't given us a bit of a takeaway.
I started being serious when you left to check on the door thing, but
okay.
I
sorry,
I go a little bit subliminal with this one, but aside from don't be influenced by flashy images and whatnots, I don't know. I wish that the experts would actually take the time to kind of explain what they're actually saying to the people so that they can understand. I know it's going to take a lot of time and they're going to have to answer a bunch of stupid questions, but I think it would help everyone else out, and they wouldn't have that knee jerk like, well, why is this guy saying just do it because I said it? That's never satisfying for anybody. But then again, it would really suck if we had our greatest minds explaining that to people on the radio. So I don't know. I feel like there's probably a medium there, but everything that Charles said about talking to a doctor, yeah, do that.
Talk to a doctor. Okay. We are going to get into a round of garlic phone.
Woot.
Yes. And I require, now we are only down to 4 members right now, 4 thinkers. So we are going to need some people in the chat to participate. Okay. I've decided. And you have to just do what I tell you. As basically as Zach.
Gray's using waffles to paint. He's painting with waffles.
I'm painting all palettes.
That's a sticky situation.
My choice.
Oops, that's an overlay.
Art.
Where is the? Okay, it's behind. I will get the link out for the 4 participants, and then we will get into The garlic. Who wants to share their screen? Oh, it's Dorcas. You've never shared your screen. Can you share it?
That is literally untrue. I will, but I don't want to, but I will.
Good. I'm not an expert. Doldo is not an expert. Neither am I. Okay? Let my ass in. Were you going to be on the...
Lick my ass. What?
Lick my ass in?
Let my ass in.
Oh.
It was the chat.
Okay, so yeah. Chat's always...
It's always...
Charles hears what he wants to.
I've already stated that I have a disorder.
Yeah, so
if a guy named Albert goes by the name Al, does he become an expert?
Ooh, one would hope.
No, because he wasn't a bird.
What's
Ever.
Funocracy?
Funocracy?
I have an ad for Funocracy. Start the answer using one of the available letters.
Oh, it's a kind of funocracy, so it's a sound of things.
It's
Kitty is
not
calling people
drawing.
assholes.
Let the chaos begin. Judge the answer.
Skip the ad. We need to get you in here.
I'm intrigued at the Funocracy. Oh, look, there's 3 of us now.
Wow.
It's my turn for an app.
Guys, I need to go pee. Ugh, this took a start.
Funocracy. Oh, it's not even on here.
Funocracy sound lit. Okay. Cool. Here is the link.
Eliza Schlesinger.
She's on Funocracy?
I love that there's like all streaming platforms are doing stand-up now because it's a cheap way to get content. I stopped doing stand-up at the stupidest time. The stupidest time.
You could do it from your house now.
Not right now. I can't. Not legally right now.
We could just judge others then.
Night Nosferatu. Darling! Yay, we got an expert.
Oh, nice.
Nice indeed.
I'm an expert on my level of drawing. My drawing style. I'm in, says Sparkles. I don't see you.
What?
Wait.
Stalker.
Thank you so much, Stalker Supreme. Who was the lucky winner? You guys are going to get to hear me talk about Marcus Aurelius. Because I'm an expert on that.
Gladiator?
Gourd King. Hell yeah.
Gladiator?
No Gladiator.
For my bladder fund, yeah, because I'm holding it. I'm holding it. It's not making... okay, are you just hoping that I'm not in it lied to me? Yeah, true. You're not presenting your screen. Present to me.
I'm working on it.
We got another person.
Naked grandma.
What's going on?
Are you a historian?
Naked grandma.
I absolutely am. I'm historian. Because I said so. Money. After gift sub receive is randomized. Yeah, they are, which is like,
Very
hello.
much.
Now what's happening is people that sub to me and forgot, they get a notification. They're like, who the fuck is this chick? And then they unsub.
But now they've got awesome new content to watch.
To explore.
Like
they can...
I think they need to be subscribed to be qualified for a membership. So
yeah, they do. Yeah. But that's about it, isn't it? It's not even like they've interacted recently or anything like that.
It is rather random because I think Gray's been gifted multiple times on my channel and he's a mod. So it's just like...
And it's great. I have
never had to pay himself. I've never been gifted...
Any watch-alongs. Go over and sub.
I've never been gifted a membership. Ever.
Really?
Yeah.
There is a setting that you have to turn on to like
where?
accept them.
Where?
On the individual channel, I think.
But I think once you flip
every
that,
channel?
I think once you flip it once, you're good. Because I keep getting random ones that I have definitely never flipped the thing for.
I'm probably wrong then.
Okay.
Oh, to receive
Not
them?
an expert.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've only got Darling and Sparkles who are from the chat. So chat representation is at an all-time low. But you know,
but it could Be better. We believe in you. There's some
Rex,
people
I
out
feel
there
like you would
watching.
make a lot of funny things if you joined us. Zerofax, absolutely, no doubt, would make it very entertaining.
Wait, is it the
Darling-
studio dashboard or is it your
This is the
to get gifted?
it
Good
should be your
question.
yeah. What is it? Tell me.
All right, I could look it up.
The channel, the studio,
Okay,
because they're
going.
different things.
I want one more person in here,
Preach.
and then I'm gonna start.
Customization, could it be that on? No,
I'll
that's
start
just
doing when I'm at
function.
home. I'll get a little pen thing for my tablet. Okay, so you're not at home
Okay.
yet. So Rex has a pass because he explained. He's got a note from his mom. Then Zerofax, are we on your phone? Look, Lucy has done it on her phone before. Lucy's just dropped memberships and ran. Dildo, I'm sure could represent
I could use a
the
good
phallic
dildo.
part of the internet. Yeah.
I got
Um,
That Darn Kitty membership.
Yeah. I think that
I
was one of
did one.
Lucy's. Yeah.
Wait, how do you qualify
you,
for
Lucy.
it though?
Yeah, exactly.
So there's two ways, Charles. One, you can do it through live chat, where you go over to the $ on someone's live chat and you click the pinned membership gifting notification, and then you select allow gifts, and then
I've never
by
seen
toggling the allows gift switch, you are now there. But you can also opt through the membership offer screen. If you go to the channel's membership offer page, e.g. by clicking join on their channel, open the 3-dot menu and select gift settings, then toggle to allow gifts.
that. Okay.
3 dots.
Is this on phone or click on Kitty's
I
join
think
button
there's
or
a different one mobile, but
timestamps,
that's what it said.
participants, reactions.
But Zax has it. He's got it written out if that helps. Click
I've
on Kitty's
tried to do
join,
that.
find the 3 dots icon, select gift settings, slide
Like,
it over.
Can you go and do that? See with Zax's, right?
Holy
Okay, I'm going to
fuck.
Zax. Okay, I'm going to Zax to see if he's got it.
I can send, I can't receive. Wait,
It's
what?
got posts.
Huh.
More. No. Meow.
Well, hell yeah.
Anyway,
Running
okay,
Tree
well,
subscribed. Welcome.
Running Tree, thank you, Running Tree. Would you like to join and draw?
You can if you want to.
Come in here. You're missing out on a naked grandma.
It's true. One of the greatest answers to Steve Harvey's questions ever.
Zax, go sleepies. Okay, fine. 3, 2, 1, start.
All right.
Oh, you have to be open and
Oh.
receive. Damn it.
Also,
Okay, that's
by
about
the way-
half the time that you got. So, you got a
guys,
little
something
bit more
was
time to write a
missing.
prompt.
What's missing? Oh,
Penis
eating the
to
duck.
vagina.
That could be missing.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh wow! How do I? Oh, okay. You've
Ooh,
got me.
okay.
Whoever wrote this prompt.
I kind of want to use my mouse. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry. Come on, Charles.
I
That's about a third
I
of
don't
your
have-
time.
I haven't hit that high note in a while.
Oh, come on. Hit the note.
Dorcas is the theater kid. I'm sure he could hit that note.
I cannot.
You know, I can totally hit it as well.
Jesus Christ.
How much time do we have left?
You get less than a third, but somewhere around that ballpark. So you know, do some details. Do better than what I'm doing now. It'd probably be a
Do
good
better.
thing. You deserve it. Do better. Yeah, you got about a quarter of your time left. about now. So you know.
I'm
Get
so glad
good.
I'm not sharing my screen. Okay. No, you mother! Whoopsie.
I hate this. I just hate it.
Yeah, I did not do well here.
No!
Done.
Sorry about yelling.
What on earth is this? Oh, oops. That looks about right, I think.
Well, you got about a third of your time remaining to come up with the correct answer. So think about it. You got a quarter of your time now. Last few seconds.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lovely.
Interesting. Okay. Oh.
Perfect.
I need to move my mouse.
Well, that's about a quarter of your time, so you got 3/4 of your time left to move the mouse.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Okay.
That's about half your time. You still got time. But half.
All I'm gonna say is I'm sorry.
Sure, we forgive you.
No!
You get about a quarter of your time remaining. Use it wisely.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Just remember that I'm under a lot of stress here with my bladder and everything. Okay.
Trees.
See ya, Nico. Thanks for hanging out. Now you're unhappy? No, Miss Fox. Don't be unhappy.
And your time is now done.
Thank God.
Okay.
I do some avant-garde shit.
Okay. Wait.
Ah, terrible.
Perfect.
Oh, come on.
Whoever did this drawing, it's darling.
What?
That is fun.
Uh-oh.
Okay, so yeah, remember your time. It's going by.
Sorry. I love that you're laughing. 'cause
I'm
you're
a bit
so
at a
angry
loss
to
here.
take it.
No, I don't. hate it.
You got this. Come on, no losing here. You're not on Team Pancakes. That's about a third of your time.
Jesus.
You can still do this. Believe in you.
Oh shit.
I fucking hate myself.
No, not Charles. Charles is great.
I'm such a shit.
How could you hate Charles?
Fuck's sake.
Ah!
Yeah, you got about a quarter of your time remaining.
Why? Why am I doing this?
Why am I so... I want to cry. Don't know why this is funny to me. Oh!
No, this is gonna be miss. Oh, this is the last one. Fuck it. I regret nothing. Fuck it. That's it. Just, it's over. It's over.
Not over yet. You can do. Oh, okay, now it's over.
Okay, let's put the music a little bit
I am
lower.
overtired. For those of you who are, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't think I can stand behind anything I just did today.
It's morning. So, let us... Voiceover on. Let's go.
Sammy rejects Sally's pancake gift.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Sammy and Sally.
It's
Domestic
beautiful.
abuse in Snail household over pancakes.
Oh, jeez. That took it far. He just was...
Oh.
I didn't see snail.
Get
Very sensible
belted.
man is upset it's pancakes again.
Somehow, naked grandma.
I get it. I get it. You can see he's upset.
If I had
And
another
the- and
30
there's-
seconds, I would have made
and
that,
there's-
that dark image. Very,
And there's that...
very after
It
school
really
special.
was. Yeah.
Even though I didn't realize this Sammy or yeah.
So we've got this color for the brown color there for the waffles, and then I think there's a man and he's unhappy, I think, with the green.
I think that's what the green represents.
Avant-garde.
Waffles declaring victory over the dirty easy pancakes.
Dirty. Whoa.
Oh, I love
Perfect,
it.
darling.
Great.
Awesome.
Waffle murder of pancake.
Sorry.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Yes. Also, yes.
Waffle
Pancakes
murders
be red.
pancake with a knife.
With a knife.
Hey.
Die.
My knife was similar to yours. I don't
Why
know
is
why
your
I made it.
pancake a square?
It's a Swedish pancake. They're rolled up, sir.
Yes, it's rolled up. That's because it's a crepe. That's how it is. That's pancakes
Ah.
for me.
Skin like. It must be berry filled.
Skin like.
But
Stop.
topped with a stroop waffle.
Oh.
read my mind?
Oh.
Oh.
I like it.
Topping.
All of it?
Topping.
Person
Gray.
is copying
Okay.
grey waffles W.
Whoa. Wow, wow, we
I like
Gray
it.
bribes police officer with pancakes. Officer has gun.
I ran out of time.
Pancakes, though.
You kept it.
Pancakes, though.
Kite on a throne of waffles.
I didn't see this either.
That's me.
What did this be? Oh, I am so sorry. That makes so much more sense.
Kite finally buys the world's greatest waffle iron.
Oh, okay. Happy. I think that is happy.
Ms. Sparkles like honey
Yeah.
on her pancakes.
Oh no. Oh no.
Honey, please. Oh, sorry. It's honey, please.
Yeah, honey. It's on the table.
Dorcas turned out to be a reptilian.
Knew it.
I
Gray.
don't know. I'm sorry.
Gray.
Tried to do it
Dorcas froze
statue like, and it
T-Rex
did not come out that
tail,
way.
etc.
I didn't put an etc.
Oh no.
Well, that's
I feel some
that's
of
a
it
tail,
it
huh?
was
Is a
his wrong.
fairy looking for love.
Indeed.
It's like, excuse me? Wait, are you looking around? But you're not furry. You just
I
decided he's
didn't.
not. You didn't want to add to the message, huh?
I
mean,
didn't
the
know
theme's
what to
kind of
do.
there, though.
Looking around.
Gray dancing naked in a bowl full of jello.
Jeez.
Huh.
Huh.
Okay. Way to
Okay,
go.
we're gonna have to have an HR meeting.
Gray singing in a bowl of chili.
Ah,
I
chili.
can see that
Ah.
too.
I could have inverted the color. Son of a
Oh,
bitch.
in a bowl of chili. So first off, I was having him sing.
Gray serenades chili. It's not unusual.
A chili. A literal chili.
I like that interpretation. Oh yes,
It's holding its hands together.
it seems smitten. I like it.
Darling, you're amazing. I really appreciate it. You can't control this. I'm my own person. You absolutely are, and you make it very interesting. I like trying to interpret what you're drawing. It's interesting to me.
I think it's great.
So don't stop joining. Okay.
Never
Well,
stop joining.
That's the end of the garlic portion of our Thinkers show. Sorry, I'm drunk on laughter right now. So waffles and pancakes can live together in my belly. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So what's happening with you guys? Wienermobile only?
It's my art
'cause
studio.
Yeah, it's your studio. Oh, okay. So yeah, what's happening with people, the remaining thinkers? Charles and Gray, you were streaming earlier.
Here
It's
comes
daylight.
the sun.
Doodle-doo-doo.
So it's tomorrow there. Hope it's good.
It's
Yeah.
today there.
It's waffle time, is what it is.
Right. So
Sounds like a winning
what's
choice.
happening this week? Are you doing anything on the channel this weekend? What's happening?
I've got to keep doing live streams. The fundraiser shit isn't done, and I've been alarmed by recent events, so I'll have to keep going. Charles.
But the people demand more.
Charles.
Yeah, if you have a topic that you'd like to see discussed or something to help kill time, someone brought up one of the Mauler videos. It's certainly a time killer. So yeah.
What Mauler video is this?
Probably
Last Jedi.
TLJ, I'm assuming. People like to watch Charles watch The Last Jedi.
That seems like a painful realization for him.
Listen, I'll shake my ass for $1. It's fine.
Sweet. Only $1?
Well, more than that, hopefully. But I'm not.
I'll start with one.
He'll shake once.
You need to start with 1 to get to 5. So yeah.
Can talk about bonds, says Rex. I don't know what bonds you're talking about.
Bonds.
Okay.
Bonds. Oh, bonds.
Gray, you? What's up? You just chilling with Charles?
Chilling with Charles for right now. You can find me on other places on the internet, but I will be launching my show in this lovely month of May. Yeah, so should be announcing it soon and should have some things. But yeah, soon. It will be this month.
Put on your
But
notifications.
until then, go over to Charles's channel. Subscribe over there. I seem to show up there every now and then. So enjoy.
I think Gray will be there during one of the re-marathon events, at least.
Featuring Gray Puppet.
I think we have to watch something, if I remember right. Then we have to watch a trauma film or something.
You watch your mouth. If they don't remember, we don't have to remind them.
But replacement blob, Mr. Dorcas, what do you have going on, sir?
Usual, no one asked you podcast stuff at the usual times.
In the Bag is on its way. I'm forcing you to that tomorrow.
Apparently, I'll be forced to stream tomorrow, reporting on the progress I'm making on Doin.
Mm-hmm. Which I won't even be able to check on, but I will know that there is a stream, and I'll come in there and like and comment, and that's it. But I won't listen to it because spoilers. Okay. I mean, I know the story, but you know. All right. On my channel, this one that you're on now, subscribe if you haven't. I'm going to finish a diagram. Finish it. It's going to be finished. The Douglas Murray one, Douglas and Dave, DVD. Yes, the experts one. That's going to be finished today, and then I will be working on a summary ramble video, which will be about 10 minutes about it. So look out for that. Well, I mean, if you have been with me for the streams, you'll know what I'm going to say anyway, but I'm going to try and summarize it. Yeah, so that's going to happen. Also, members only, I'm going to do a little talk about where I'm at with what's Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. So that's that. Now it's time for the song.
Aurelius.
A song. Okay, thanks, bye. Have a nice life.